Good morning. Call the convention to order. To lead us in the national anthem, from branch 957, Michelle Bjornseth.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming was broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight. O'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Great job. Well done. Thank you so much. Please remain standing to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance from Branch 24, Rebecca Renteria.
Good morning, everyone. Let's face and to the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, sister. Nice. And to lead us in the invocation, the chaplain from the American Legion, Department of California, Dr. Kathy Cash. Good morning.
Good morning, everyone. I count it a privilege and an honor to be here this morning at the 74th Biennial NALC Convention. Thank you so much for having me this morning. Before I lead us in a word of prayer, I'd just like to offer a word of encouragement. As letter carriers, you carry more than just an envelope. You carry hopes, you carry dreams, you carry words of encouragement to others. And because of what you do, your communities prosper. Because of what you do, your families grow. Because of what you do, you let the community, you let the world, you let the nation know that the job that you do is very, very important. So give yourselves a hand for the work that you do. So if you would bow with me in the word of prayer. Gracious God, our Father, how we thank you and how we praise you for another opportunity to gather together, to celebrate the work that is done, to honor the work that is done, to continue to make plans to do the work even better. We thank you for the safety. We thank you for the courage. We thank you for the commitment of every letter carrier, of every branch, of every officer. We thank you for all that you do to make their work safe. And then in times when it's not so good, we thank you for continuing to be there. We thank you for lifting up families. We thank you for the courage that you instill in every letter carrier as they go out on their route every day. We ask that you continue to bless them and continue to keep them individually and collectively. For there is a work that is being done. There is a work that is growing our communities, and because of them, we are able to prosper. So, Lord, we thank you for this gathering. We thank you for the traveling grace that you've extended to those who come from far and near. And we just ask that you continue to bless throughout this convention. We thank you in your mighty, matchless name. Amen, amen, and amen. And most of all, thank you for your service.
Well done. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. Yesterday evening, we had nomination of candidates for the position of AFL-CIO delegate. That election will take place today to provide some guidance, direction to the delegates on the process of that election. The election commissioner from Branch 562 in Jamaica, New York, the esteemed Brother Andrew Weiner.
Thank you, Brian. Esteemed and tired. Good morning. For the AFL-CIO voting today, at the close of business, designated designees and delegates voting for the AFL-CIO delegates need to proceed directly to the voting area, which will be located in the registration area outside of the hall and exhibit area. That's where you initially registered. There will be 2 voting sections. There will be a separate voting area for partial and non-partial, which will be in a snake line, seeing we have 94 branches voting as partial and non-partial. Also, vote in this area will be for delegates at large, national offices, and their signs that will be directing you to. The other voting area is for the unit rule, in where designated delegates voting on behalf of the branch shall go. Those voting in block will be broken down into 7 sections as follows. It will be from Alabama to Connecticut, Delaware to Illinois, Indiana to Massachusetts, Michigan to New Mexico, New York to Oregon, Pennsylvania to Texas, Utah to Wyoming. The registration booth is marked with those same state separations just talked about. A member of the Board of Tellers will provide the branch designee with a ballot. That branch designee will then proceed to the designated counter based in the state where your branch is, and that's where you will be provided the number of votes your branch is entitled to. A member of the Credentials and Teller Committee will then notate the number of votes the branch is entitled to on the ballot. The designee will then proceed to the voting tables that are out there to cast your votes for 7 AFL-CIO delegate candidates. Again, only up to 7 votes can be cast in order for the ballot to be counted. If more than 7 votes are cast, the ballot will be ineligible. The designee will then fold the ballot and drop it into one of the located blue ballot boxes. Those branches voting partial unit or non-unit rules, as well as delegates at large, national offices will cast their vote at, again, the 2 designated counters of the unit rule voting counters. The area is marked as such, and the same voting procedures outlined prior will be used. There are Board of Teller folks there that will be happy to help you. Happy? I'm sure. The main thing is to make sure you go to the designated area immediately after general session to get your ballots to vote for the AFL-CIO designated. The designated area will be available for 2 hours After 2 hours, you will not be able to vote. It will be open from 4:30 to 6:30. At 6:30, I will have designated individuals standing behind the line so nobody can get on. So please be there from 4:30 to 6:30 because we also have to count those ballots, which will take my tellers into approximately 11, 12 o'clock tonight. One other issue while I'm up here. As for Rule 26, a collection has to be made. That collection will be made sometime during the course of the morning, and we have to expedite it because the tellers, I'm sure, will have to be on the workroom on the convention floor because I'm sure there'll be tellers' votes needed. Thank you.
Thank you, Brother Weiner. Next is a report of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee. Those of you that have attended multiple conventions will probably remember that for a number of conventions, the chair of that committee was our fallen sister, Antonia Shields, who we remembered on Monday. Sister Shields was the chair of the committee leading into this convention. I chose to not replace her on the committee to further honor Sister Shields and stepping into her shoes and admirably serving as the chair of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee from Branch 210 in Rochester, New York, Brother Kenny Montgomery.
Ryan, one thing, could you have the tellers report up to me, please? I will. As soon as I get that.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Kenny Montgomery from Branch 210, Rochester, New York. Where's Branch 530 from? Where are they? I want to send out our condolences from the committee to Branch 530 and all of the family members of Antonio. I served in this will be my 5th convention I would have served with Antonio Shields. And while she is not here with us today, I know she is here spiritually watching over us all. So on behalf of Antonio, we are going to provide our report. I'm going to allow our members of the committee to introduce themselves at this point.
Josiah Morris, Branch 92, Maine merged.
Jose Romero, Sunshine Branch 504, Albuquerque.
Ryan West, Branch 522, Bloomington, Illinois.
On behalf of the committee, and especially Antonio Shields, the following is the report of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee with respect to A, a recommended per diem allowance, and B, a recommendation for certain expenditures under Rule 26 adopted on the opening day of the convention. At the 2016 National Convention, the Special Review Committee proposed certain changes to the Executive Council regarding mileage and per diem. Based on those proposals, the delegates approved mileage and per diem being paid only to the members of the NALC Committee. Consistent with the proposed changes from the Special Review Committee and the actions of the delegates at the 2016 National Convention, we now recommend that mileage and per diem be paid only to the members of the NALC Standing Committee. National officers will be reimbursed for their actual expenses in the same manner as they are reimbursed for other business travel. The committee recommends the following per diem allowance in arriving at a figure to be recommended. We took into account the IRS limits of $191 per day for hotel rates, $86 per day for meals and incidentals, and $64.50 on travel days. Therefore, the committee recommends a per diem allowance for 5 days and 5 nights and 6 days for one NALC committee member, and 8 nights and 9 days for another NALC committee member, for a total allowance of $1,428 and $2,259 respectively. The committee also examined vouchers from 2 members of the NALC committee. The mileage allowance total is $1,386.49. Therefore, the total combined mileage and per diem expenditure would therefore be $5,073.49. As delegates have noticed, there are numerous committees and individuals that have worked diligently to provide services to the delegates, other committees have provided or will provide important reports to the delegates. As a modest token of our appreciation for services rendered, the committee recommends, as expenditures under Rule 26, that the following stipends also be paid. To each of the 23 members of the Credentials Committee, $900. To the chair of the Credentials Committee, $1,000, for a total of $21,700. To each of the 35 members of the Board of Tellers, $500. To the chair of the Board of Tellers, $800, for a total of $18,300. To each of the 35 members of the Distribution Committee, $400. To the chair of the Distribution Committee, $500, for a total of $14,500. To each of the 7 AFL-CIO delegates, $200, for a total of $1,400. To each of the 5 members of the committee to extend greetings to the NALC Auxiliary, $200, for a total of $1,000. To each of the 5 members of the Committee on the President's Report, $200, for a total of $1,000. To each of the 4 members of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee, $200, for a total of $800. To each of the 5 members of the Rules Committee, $200, for a total of $1,000. To each of the 5 members of the MBA Committee, $200, for a total of $1,000. To each of the 5 members of the Health Benefits Plan Committee, $200, for a total of $1,000. The committee also recommends $200 each to the members of the following standing committees. The Convention Site Committee, a total of $600. The Uniform Committee, a total of $1,000. The Scholarship Committee, a total of $600. The Retirement Committee, a total of $1,000. The Public Relations Committee, a total of $1,000. To the Timekeeper, $500. In summary, the committee is recommending a total expenditure under Rule 26 of $5,073.49 for mileage and per diem and $66,800 for stipends, for a grand total of $71,873.49.
Thank you, Brother Montgomery. Would entertain a motion to accept and approve the report of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Kevin Sommers, Branch 1495, State College, Pennsylvania. I make a motion to accept.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made. I need a second. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made and seconded to accept and approve the report of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, is there any objection to proceeding to the question on the motion? Hearing none, the motion is to accept and approve the report of the Mileage and Per Diem Committee. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion passes. Thank you to the Mileage and Per Diem Committee. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Good morning once again, President Renfro. I was just curious, when will we be passing the hat for our fallen brother from Oriole Branch?
As Brother Weiner indicated a few minutes ago, our intent is to do that probably later this morning, sometime before noon.
Okay.
Roughly. It's a little bit dependent on where we are in the resolutions process and use of the tellers at a certain time and things like that, but we intend to do it this morning sometime.
Could I make a motion that we, national match whatever we are able to collect for the Oriole Branch?
Yes, brother, such a motion would be proper. We'll consider that moved. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made that the National Union would match the amount collected under Rule 26. Is there any discussion? Any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will move to the question on the motion. The motion is that the National Union would match the funds collected under Rule 26. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, no. The motion passes. Thank you all. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Millie Minsal. I am from Tampa Branch 599. I am asking that National matches Los Angeles Branch 24's fundraising of $10,000
to the Muscular Dystrophy Association?
Oh, my apologies, from the MDA.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay, just to be clear. Is there a second to the motion? Microphone number 3, underprivileged. Sorry.
Good morning.
Morning.
John Ufansha, Branch 348, Eureka, and the rest of Humboldt County, California. I second the motion.
Thank you, brother. The motion has been made that the National Union would match the amount, which was about $10,000, that Branch 24 raised for the Muscular Dystrophy Association at their dance on Tuesday night, I believe it was. Is there any discussion on the motion? Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Brother Info, Josh Peterson, Branch 828. In the interest of expediting this, we also have raised almost $12,000. We'll be closing our booth at around 10:30. Let's have National match all the MDA fundraising out there. So I move to amend the original motion.
Thank you, brother. I assume the sister would be in support of the amendment that made the original motion. To be clear, the amendment is to amend the motion that the National Union would match all MDA fundraising efforts done by branches at the National Convention. Brother Peterson, does that fairly state your motion, your amendment? Thank you. Okay, we'll have to first deal with the amendment. Is there a second to the amendment? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I do second.
Thank you, brother. All right, the matter before the body is the amendment to the motion. The original motion was that the National Union would match the money raised for MDA on Tuesday night by Branch 24. The amendment to the motion that's before the body right now is that the National Union would match all of the funds raised for MDA at this, by branches at this National Convention. Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, so ordered by unanimous consent. The motion has been amended. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Any objection to proceeding to the question on the motion? Hearing none, we will now vote on the motion. The motion is that the National Union would match all of the funds raised for the Muscular Dystrophy Association by branches here at the National Convention. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Thank you, brothers and sisters. Yesterday, the body adopted a motion. Okay, microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Tony Bossy, Branch 25, Massachusetts Northeast merged. Branch 25 rises this morning to ask to pass the hat for Brother Keenan Haynes. Keenan is 32 years old. He is a wonderful NALC member, co-worker. Unfortunately, he was recently diagnosed with B-cell lymphoma. He is a husband to his wife, Ashley, and a father to his 3-year-old daughter, Haley, and 3-month-old son, Bodie. We have confidence that Keenan is going to overcome this diagnosis, but we ask that you pass the hat here today so we can support him through his medical appointments, his follow-ups, and to provide his family with some peace of mind.
Thank you, Brother Bossy. We can certainly do that. I would ask you or someone from Branch 25 to come up to the stage as soon as possible and see Sister Ryan so the appropriate information can be documented per Rule 26. And per Rule 26, that cause would be included in the collection that we will do this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Yesterday, a motion was adopted by the delegates to hear an appeal of an executive council, actually 2 executive council decisions. We are going to hear that appeal in a few minutes. This type of business we have conducted in executive session. So in just a moment, after I recognize microphone number 5, we are going to move into executive session. We will give a few minutes for guests to leave the room, and then we will begin that process. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Bradford Lewis, Branch 214, San Francisco. Thank you, President Renfro. I would just like to ask if I could get an update on the resolution that was passed in Boston that the national officers would attempt to negotiate with the Postal Service to reinstitute the joint JCAM training to take place twice a year. If you remember, that resolution was passed, but I haven't heard an update, and I'm not saying it's going to fix everything, but the management officials in my district, even the district manager, said, what's the progress on that? Because they would like to get that instituted to help potentially solve some problems.
Thank you, brother. That topic included in that, what is now an official bargaining position, is part of the discussion both in collective bargaining, in contract negotiations, as well as the discussions that happen with the Postal Service around the DRP process day to day. As of today, as I said, we don't have a tentative agreement, so there is nothing in place yet, but it is something we are seeking to negotiate as the delegates adopted that resolution as an official bargaining position.
Thank you for updating us, and thank you for your work.
Thank you, Brother Lewis. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Hello, good morning. My name is Shantae Smith, and I'm the Vice President of Branch 1107, Wilmette, Kenilworth. I would first like to acknowledge my President, Ronaldo Lopez, and my branch for allowing me to serve in my capacity as the MDA coordinator for the state of Illinois. We are currently doing a 50-50 raffle. We have $4,421 in the raffle. Letter carriers. There are several tables out there with MDA because it's an important thing, okay? So I think we can double that number. I'm at the first table in the general session. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Nick Burrell, Arizona Merge 1902. I'd like to add an additional pass the hat for a brother of ours who was injured traveling here. Richard Sieg, that's his name. A retiree from Branch 1902 in Arizona who began his postal career in '81. Was a city carrier in Tempe, Arizona. He became a dedicated advocate for the labor movement and has proudly maintained his membership in Branch 1902 for more than 45 years. He attended his first NALC convention in '88 in Portland, Oregon, and has since then made attending the convention an annual tradition, only missing in 2020 for COVID-19. This year, while traveling from Arizona, he flew out on Saturday to attend the convention, and tragically, he fell at the airport. That resulted in a broken hip. He underwent surgery on Monday, and he's recovering now. His wife has flown in from Arizona to join him. And although he's unable to join us at this convention, his dedication to the NALC and Branch 1902 remains an inspiration. We wish him a full and speedy recovery and look forward to seeing him back with us at future conventions. Brothers and sisters, Richard made the journey to be with us at this convention, just as he faithfully has done for decades. Unfortunately, his trip was cut short by a serious injury, and I ask that we come together as letter carriers, as we always do, and support one of our own through a motion to pass the hat to provide essential financial assistance to our brother Richard during his recovery, which may take a little while. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Everyone in the hall, of course, echoes your sentiment, wishing the brother a speedy recovery. If you or someone else from the branch would come up to the stage, see Sister Ryan, so the appropriate information can be collected, we will include the brother's cause in the collection under Rule 26. Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Good morning, President Renfro, brothers and sisters, Adrian Frazier, Branch 11, Shop Steward, Willie B. White. I want to first acknowledge appreciation and acknowledgement from the rural president who acknowledged the injustice for Octavia Redmond, the 5-year sentence that they gave to the juvenile for murdering her. We are still fighting for justice for letter carriers. We wanted federal time for federal crime. Obviously, there is no penalties on juveniles. So we really won't pass the Protect the Letter Carriers Act, but we do want more done and advocating for our safety in Chicago. It is still not safe. We rise on behalf of our sister who had recently got killed in a car accident, Sister Sharon Walls. Here's our union steward.
Good morning. My name is Samantha Fowler, Branch 11. We lost our sister Sharon July 24, and she was on a hit and run, and he's still at large. She's been a member for Branch 11 of 27 years, and I want to extend our deepest condolences to her friends and family and members who was affected by her passing. I'm asking, can we pass the hat for Sharon Walls? And a moment of silence, please.
Thank you, sister. We certainly, the entire body sends out our condolences to the fallen sister's family, certainly everyone at Branch 11. She could be included in the Rule 26 collection. I would ask someone from the branch to come up and see Sister Ryan as soon as possible to complete the appropriate information per Rule 26. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. May Sister Walls rest in peace. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Good morning, Mr. President. My name is Belinda Croy. I am a member of Branch 822 Appleton. I rise today because last week, Monday, an EF3 tornado hit Appleton, Neenah, and Menasha, Wisconsin. It decimated many of the carriers' routes. Many carriers were impacted on a small level. No carriers were injured, praises be. But one carrier from Branch 700, our sister branch, in the Nina Menasha Appleton area, the branch president, Dustin Clark, lost everything. His house is gone. It's a standing shell of brick. He had other people's roofs on his roof. His vehicle that he was in, thankfully at work, that was not damaged, but everything else, all the other vehicles, everything are lost. And I would like to include him in the Pass the Hat as well. We have contacted Dustin and the disaster relief and gotten all of that going for anybody who's been impacted, but he got hit the worst.
Thank you, sister. Please come up and see Sister Rhyme to complete the necessary information under Rule 26. And he will be included in the collection. Okay, I would like to, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Good morning. My name is Rochelle Roy, and I'm from Branch 100. I have lupus. And this year, I was able to bring a national walk to Toledo, Ohio for lupus. So I just want you to know we're bigger than just delivering letters. We're bigger than a food drive. We can take our own health cause and change a community. We can change a city.
Thank you, sister. Well done. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Hi, I'm Rochelle Harvey from Tri-Valley Branch 2902, and I would like to present a check for $2,902 for MDA.
Thank you, sister.
Thank you. Good job. Okay.
Pursuant to the motion that was passed earlier this morning, the National Union would match that donation.
Thank you. Nice.
Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Bradford Lewis, Branch 214, President. I would like to inform the body, especially those of you who have a longer history than me, of a passing of a very great man who attended these conventions. I wasn't here, but I was told his battles with Vince Zambrano were legendary. And I was told by the officers who served under Zambrano that they had the most deep respect for Richard Becker, who passed away last April. We only have a few minutes, so I won't go through his long length of what he's done for workers and for this union, his days from college, his days as a freedom rider, his days helping to form a union for UPS in Salt Lake City, and his work ongoing with the NALC. I'll just tell a brief story that I think is quick, and then I would ask for a moment of silence. I went to a music festival once, and Richard was sitting behind me. I asked him, "Were you there at the first crossing of the Edmund Pettus Bridge?" He just looked at me and smiled and said, "I was in jail." We lost a great, great leader who's never stopped through issues of severe illness to help and reach out for letter carriers. I would urge the body to give us a moment of silence for the passing of Richard Becker.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence.
Thank you, everyone.
May Brother Becker rest in peace. Thank you, Bradford. Microphone number 1 under privilege.
Hi, Scott Scheimer, Branch 533, Kokomo, Indiana. President Renfro, on March 24th, 2026, our sister Tammy Berry was viciously attacked while conducting a dismount delivery. Her postal vehicle was blocked by 62-year-old Laura Forston. Sister Barry, thinking that she needed some sort of assistance, exited her vehicle to see if she could help. The attacker approached our sister like any normal customer would, but once close enough to our sister, she pulled out a large machete-style knife and began her attempt to kill our sister by stabbing her. As her sister tried to back away in defense, she tripped and fell to the ground. The assailant continued to try and stab our sister once she fell to the ground. From the grace of God, Sister Barry found some strength and kicked this woman away from her. Some good Samaritans helped scare off the attacker. Sister Barry was stabbed several times, but with her quick actions in defending herself, she is still with us today. Sister Barry is on a path to recovery, but the damage has been done with a senseless act against a city letter carrier. President Renfro, I'm here today to thank the union and you for creating the emergency response team. I made one phone call to my MBA's office, and they set it in motion. Within 2 days, the team arrived. Sister, might get this name wrong, Angela Di Domenico and Sister Rihanna Gator got right to work. Once they arrived, the post office offered an EPA specialist for a day and really didn't do much. Not shocked. The ERT team did great work in supporting carriers in the office and really gave big support to Sister Barry in a very critical time when she needed some support. It's unfortunate that this case isn't being held at the federal level, as the federal attorneys didn't want to take the case and pass it down to the state level, eventually making it just to a local prosecutor. It is key that we as a body do what we can to support the 2 bills in DC protecting city letter carriers. I ask that Sister Barry be included in the passing of the hat.
Thank you, brother. You nailed the pronunciation, by the way. She could certainly be included. If you would come up and see Sister Ryan to complete the information that's necessary under Rule 26.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Top of the morning, everyone. Pierre Shepard, Branch 73, Atlanta, Georgia. Mr. President, I rise today to bring attention to September as being National Prostate Cancer Awareness Month. This month educates the public about prostate health and encourages early screening. The official symbol for prostate cancer is the blue ribbon. Couple of facts. 1 in 8 men will face prostate cancer diagnosis during their lifetime. It is the second leading cause of cancer death among men in the U.S., trailing only lung cancer. Early detection. When caught early, screening like a PSA blood test, the 5-year survival rate is nearly 100%. 2 years ago, one of our fellow letter carriers, Donald Chambers, was diagnosed with prostate cancer and succumbed to that cancer. On last March, last year, I too was diagnosed with early detection, and after completing the process, Friday before arriving here, I had my 10th month update or test, and I got the call on yesterday that I am at 0 detection. I want to encourage every man over 65, and particularly every black man over 40, go get that test. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, brother. Let's keep it at 0. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Thank you. My name is Steve Seyfried. I'm from Branch 2462, Van Nuys, California. And we this year are also celebrating our 100th anniversary as a branch of the NALC. Unfortunately for us, we have 6 members who were not able to make it to help us celebrate our centennial, and they were Joseph Neeson, Richard Reimer, Dwayne Dyer, Dennis Ruxtalis, Gold Card member, Gus Aguilar, Gold Card member, and Sister Jeanette Dollopson, past president, past branch vice president, past health benefits representative, past shop steward at Tarzana, California, and past branch and regional 1 food drive coordinator. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Is that me? All right. Good morning. Tracy Ballinger, Branch 92 Merged, Maine. We at Branch 92 request that we also pass the hat for our friend and brother, Everest Niyi Tehegeka. We tragically lost him 2 weeks ago in a drowning. He was a dedicated family man. He came here from Rwanda, and he used this job as a letter carrier to provide a future and security for his family. In other words, he came here to live the American dream.
Thank you. Certainly, the brother could be, our fallen brother's family or beneficiaries could be included in the collection. Please come up and see Sister Ryan.
Thank you.
Here at the stage as soon as possible. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Brandon Floyd, Branch 4374. I move that we can authorize a voluntary pass the hat collection for one of our fellow carriers. Her name is Akila Brown. She suffered life-threatening injuries in a motorcycle accident just a few months ago. Thankfully, she is no longer in a coma, but she remains unstable. She's unable to work. She's currently in another state, undergoing intensive physical therapy. She's also a mother of a 3-year-old child. Sorry. Her family is facing a very difficult time right now as she continues her recovery, and any donations would be completely voluntary and would go directly towards helping her and her family with the expenses that she's unable to work right now.
Thank you, brother. She could be included under Rule 26. Please come up and see Sister Ryan or someone from the branch to complete the information necessary under the rule. Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Jarrett Sims, Branch 14, Louisville, Kentucky. I rise for 2 occasions. Number 1, Greg Ray, our brother, has left to go home because he's about to have his first grandbaby. So pray for traveling mercies. Number 2, in April, we lost one of the greatest members of Branch 14, Tom Webb. Tom was a veteran of the Navy, USS Hornet. He was a 35-year letter carrier. He also was a 50-year member of Branch 14. He served in many capacities, including branch president. For everyone from Branch 14 at this convention and everyone going forward, he was a mentor. He was kind, gentle, and funny. Tom's last meeting was in January, and Tom always gave the invocation. So to honor Tom, I'll pray the things he always prayed. He always prayed for the safety of letter carriers, and he always prayed for all the service members here and abroad for their protection. God bless you, Tom.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Eric Ellis, Branch 231, Central California, where approximately 30 to 35% of our nation's produce is grown. I'd like to rise today in honor of Santos Garcia, who was very active in our legislative and political program while he was an active carrier. He retired in 2015. After his retirement, he ran for City Council of Madera, California, which is just north of Fresno, was elected. And then after his first term, was elected as mayor of Madera, California. He passed away last May at the age of 69, so I know some of you remembered him because he was a very frequent attendee at conventions, and he was frequently released to work in our political program. So, thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Matty Rose, Branch 1071, South Florida letter carriers. I heard the report from the sister on a tornado that destroyed the brother's home. I want to remind all the delegates here that in 2018 at the Detroit Convention, the Disaster Relief Forum had been created to assist letter carriers in natural disasters. If anybody has any damage or loss of their property or their home or their vehicles as a result of a natural disaster, please take advantage of filling out the forms. You have 120 days to do so, and contact Christina Davidson, who is the president of the Disaster Relief Foundation. I've been a director on that foundation since 2018, and I would be remiss to say that our sister, Antonia Shields, who was the secretary for all those years, what a tremendous loss. So brothers and sisters, this is a benefit for all members in good standing. Please take advantage of it if you are affected by a natural disaster. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
James Watkins, Branch 130. We are here. We've had our delegates here under very loaded hearts. As a longtime member of our branch, Frank Farnes, passed away a couple of weeks ago. Because we're here, we're not able to attend his services that are happening today. He was a Air Force veteran, a Gold Card member, a longtime officer in our branch. So we're asking for a moment of silence as we're here with loaded hearts as we're mourning that. And so just wanted to honor our member and let him know that, of course, though we're here, our minds, our thoughts, and our best wishes are with him, his family, and thank you.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Ed Fletcher, Branch 1111. I'm here also to honor Herschel Jones, who was an icon in our branch. The brother passed away about 10 days after his 90th birthday. He served on the first DRT team in our branch in 2000. He was a full-time officer, a chief steward for Branch 1111 in the great city of Concord. So I also want us to recognize a moment of silence for Brother Herschel Jones.
Thank you, brother. We will have a moment of silence.
Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Mike Gill, member of Branch 1071, South Florida letter carriers. I rise to make the membership aware of the loss of a great friend, advocate, and fierce representative of all NALC members. Earlier this year, we lost way too early a friend, former Assistant Secretary Treasurer Judy Willoughby, who lost her fierce fight to cancer. I would ask that we take a moment of silence for our wonderful, dedicated sister, Judy Willoughby.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence for our fallen sister Willoughby. Thank you. Tomorrow morning, we will honor all of the former national officers that we have lost since our last convention. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Jane Selmeyer, Branch 1037, Amarillo, Texas. I'd like to inform of the passing of one of our Gold Card members, Teresa Hillier, at the 2010 National Convention. She was recognized as the oldest living active female carrier. She passed Monday morning at the age of, she was in her 90s. She retired when she was 80. Her services are tomorrow, which we are going to miss, but she was a very active union steward with our branch. So a moment of silence would be appreciated.
Thank you, sister. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Good morning, President Renfro.
Morning.
My name is Richard Donlin. I am a member of North Shore Emerge Branch 25. If the body will bear with me for a brief narrative. In 1974, my wife and I were cruising along, living the American dream. We were school teachers. As the fates would have it, we took part in what has become the longest teacher strike in American history. The important part of this message was, folks used to tell us, oh, you folks lost that strike because they fired all 104 of you. Here is the best part of the narrative. We lost our jobs, but the next year, the state of New Hampshire enacted state law for which we struck. It was for collective bargaining rights for public employees in New Hampshire. On that note, listening to the tragedies of my brothers and sisters and the fact that this incredible union brought my wife and me back beyond the American dream, I'm standing here and I'm going to pledge $1,000 to the Postal NALC Disaster Relief Fund.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Michael Walquist, Branch 111, Salt Lake City, Utah. I rise to bring to the attention of the delegates a tragedy that happened in Salt Lake City. A few months ago, our longtime steward, Jay Rupena, was traveling to his wedding that was going to occur about an hour later. He was marrying our Vice President, Destiny Carrillo. On the way to the wedding, he was on his motorcycle. He was involved in a vehicle accident. He was killed. And Destiny was already in her wedding dress waiting for him at the venue. And that has been a great blow to our branch, to Destiny, to all the letter carriers in Salt Lake. So I move that we have a moment of silence for our brother, Jay Rupena.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Good morning. My name is Lydia Caffrey. I'm from Branch 52 of Central California Coast, and I have my brothers behind me from our branch, and I wanted to recognize one of our members that passed away this year. He was a longtime union advocate. He was our president, our vice president. He was a secretary in our branch, a trustee in our branch, a state officer for California. He lived and breathed the union. He started at the post office when he was 18 and was drafted into the Vietnam War as a Marine. So he was a proud member of our branch and also a proud member of the Marine Corps. He was my mentor, along with many of our branch members' mentor, probably the best person I knew. So I would like to take a minute of silence to remember Mike Berry.
Thank you, sister. We'll observe a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2, underprivileged. Oh, I may have seen 8 light up and saw a flash off of 2. There's nobody at 2, so we'll go to number 8, underprivileged.
Thanks, Barry. I would first like to say, Jim Thigpen, Branch 53 President, North Florida Letter Carriers. I'd first like to say thank you for your service, Brian. It's not said enough, but as president, we definitely appreciate what you have done.
Thank you, Brother Jim.
I rise to notify the delegation here of our loss of Branch 53. Dennis Bonilla passed this year. He is sorely missed. He was an executive vice president of the branch. He was our mutual benefit associate officer when he passed. He was union. I would request a moment of silence for Brother Dennis Bonilla.
Thank you, brother. We'll observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Good morning, President Renfro. Richard Thurman, Branch 343, Region 5, St. Louis. Disaster Relief Foundation Director. I'd like to ask that we add the disaster relief to the passing of the hat to service all members of the NALC. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. I think that'll be okay. The only thing that, in all fairness, that we will have to check on is the headquarters matching portion. More than likely, it's fine, but in the Disaster Relief Foundation status as a nonprofit, its funding sources are a little bit different than, say, a charitable cause such as MDA, particularly when NALC is the owner and proprietor of that nonprofit. So we will just have to double check on that, assuming that there are no issues there, which there likely will not be. It's just a matter of due diligence. We can include that in Rule 26. We will take care of the appropriate Rule 26 information with the officers that we have that are also directors and officers of the Disaster Relief Foundation. Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Good morning. My name is Sarah Shaw, Branch 126, Clinton, Iowa, President. A member of ours passed away 1 week after receiving his 60-year pin that was presented by our wonderful NBA, David Teagarden. Mr. Ron Blatchley waited patiently and excitedly for his 60-year pin and received it on the 30th anniversary of his retirement. We want to take a moment of silence to honor Ron for his 60 years of dedicated service to the NALC and his passing.
Thank you, sister. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Good morning. Carmen Flores from the Vincent R. Sembrado, Branch 36. I first would like to thank the entire executive board for the preparation of this convention and for the workshop. Thank you for the work that you have done throughout this week and throughout the year. Thank you for that.
Thank you, sister.
I rise because this year we also lost 2 of our members. One was the Vice President, retiree from Branch 36, Pat McNally. He was a veteran, and this year we lost him for his medical conditions. And we also lost David Velasquez, who was an active letter carrier, a part-time officer of Branch 36, also dedicated, a great heart, and we lost 2 great members this year, Branch 36, and I will also like a moment of silence.
Thank you, sister. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman.
Morning.
Jessica Felomino Kamai, Branch 1100, Garden Grove. I rise to ask for a moment of silence to honor stalwart members we lost just recently. Former President Art Turner, former EVP John Wellen, and Sister Vicki Perriman Banks.
Thank you, sister. We'll observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Keith Oaks, Branch 142, Washington, D.C. I would like to present to you in memorial Nadine Rasmussen, When I tell you she did grievances like an attorney, her grievances were unmatched. She did not mind helping any carrier with any case. We took a tragic loss with her. Branch 142 still mourns to this day. Mr. President, we ask for a moment of silence.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Good morning. Francisco Cabrera, shop steward, branch 1111. I would like to observe a moment of silence for our fallen brother, Bobby Medina from the Pittsburgh, California post office, survived by his brother, another proud union member in the Concord, California post office, Alex Medina. I would like to observe a moment of silence for our young brother, Bobby Medina.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Good morning, delegates. My name is Corey Lamb with Branch 1280, San Mateo, California, and I rise to remember our brother, Charles Pearson, who passed away. Chuck was a fierce advocate for letter carriers and will forever be a fixture for 1280 and for the entirety of the NALC. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. Sean Colleran, Branch 906, Southern Delaware, Delaware State President. After hearing the loss so many branches have had with carriers related to our efforts for the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act, we wanted to give a message of inspiration. Upon our return to Delaware, by month's end, Delaware will be the first state in the country to have Letter Carrier Protections Act with HB 268 on par with crimes against police, law enforcement, and nurses, just like our efforts with the Polka Act. If anybody would like help with putting something like this together, we here in Delaware are more than happy to assist to help end the senseless violence against carriers just wanting to go home and be safe to their loved ones, family, and friends. And that's all.
Thank you, brother. All right, we currently have 5 mics waiting to speak. I'm going to recognize those 5 mics, and then we need to move on. We have over 100 resolutions. So it's certainly, for those of you that might have something further you would like to share under privilege, we will likely have an opportunity at some point later today or tomorrow, but I think we need to move here soon towards the business that we need to conduct. So let's get those 5 mics, and then we will move forward. We will come back to the mics at some point. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Oh yeah, my name is Chris Schroeder. I'm from the president of Branch 574 in Kenosha, Wisconsin. I just wanted to bring tell the delegates a little about one of our carriers in our branch from Burlington, Wisconsin. His name is Mike Olson. This guy, he's a retired Army vet, the commander of the local VFW. He's a shop steward in Burlington. On September 16th of last year, he was talking with one of his customers on his mail route in front of the house, and as he's talking to the customer, a car jumped the curb going about 35 miles an hour, drove right up the front yard and hit Mike and the customer. Mike has a young daughter, but in the accident, he broke his sternum, his neck, his back, his leg, and his hand. He lived, but it's been a long struggle to recover, and it's unlikely that he'll make a full recovery and be able to work on his mail route again. I just was wondering if he could also be included in the passing of the hat.
Yes, brother, he could. Thank you for sharing that. Please come up to the side of the stage and so you can provide the appropriate information as required by Rule 26.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Good morning, President. Good morning, delegates. I'd like to have a moment of silence for a true unionist. Spent many, many years as the president of Branch 825, grew Branch 825 into the second largest branch in the state of Illinois. A moment of silence, please, for Jay Rickey.
We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Corey Wilson, Branch 5996, Centennial, Colorado. I would like to rise in honor of Elizabeth Welch. She was the shop steward and food drive coordinator for our station, and while waiting for a transplant, passed away the week before the food drive. So I would like a moment of silence. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. We will observe a moment of silence. Thank you. Microphone number 6, underprivileged.
Troy Lewis, Branch 10, Topeka, Kansas. All the Branch 10s here with me that's here. I'd like to make a motion to ask you, Mr. President Renfro, and the Executive Council, not for anything monetary, but rather to simply draft and each of you personally sign and mail a simple, heartfelt letter to show love to the heart of Branch 10, a man that has even shaken your hand as a recognized national hero that saved a customer's life, overcoming his own extreme PTSD, Mr. President. This hero's name is Jerry Loney. He loves this union, and he is a collector of life experiences, which is why this letter would mean more to him than anything else could. Jerry is Branch 10's MBA rep. He jumped into our food drive and was proud to help push us past our goal this year. There will be a GoFundMe set up for Jerry later, and we will share it. You see, a previous cancer survivor, Jerry has recently been diagnosed with cancer again, and it is aggressive, and the outlook is very grim this time. Jerry was very sad to learn he could not attend this year for this reason, so I wanted to wait until open session so that he could see this from the hospital. And that not only that I love you so much, brother, but Branch 10 wholeheartedly loves you. And by a show of applause now, that the NALC also loves you, my brother.
How about a hand for Brother Jerry? Brother, we will consider your motion so ordered. No further discussion would be necessary. We will do that. And to Brother Jerry, we hope you're watching. We all love you, brother. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Good morning. I'm Clara Shuford, and I'm from Branch 758. I'm rising to ask that Daniel Collins, one of our brothers, be included in the Pass the Hat. He has young boys and a wife. He was first diagnosed with colon cancer. The cancer has spread. He has been with the post office approximately 26 years. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. We can do that. Please come up to the stage as soon as possible, over here to my right, your left, and so the required information can be recorded pursuant to Rule 26, and we will include him in that collection. Thank you, sister. All right, next, in accordance with Article 6, Section 7 of the Constitution, I'd like to announce the names of the National Election Committee that I have appointed. This is the election committee that will oversee the national officer election. Separate committee than our election commissioner and our board of tellers who deal with election-related issues while we are here at the convention. I would ask the members of the committee to come up to the teller desk at the side of the stage. They are Lamanda Bradshaw from Branch 1291, Modesto, California. Mike Hansen, Branch 111, Salt Lake City, Utah. Brian Wiggins, Branch 79, Seattle, Washington. Veronica Ramirez, Branch 2810, Arlington Heights, Illinois. Kathy Walter, Branch 704, Tucson, Arizona. Morgan Harrington, Branch 246, Kalamazoo, Michigan. Linda Johnson, Branch 114, Duluth, Minnesota. Sylvan Stevens, Branch 545, Charlotte, North Carolina. Juan Munoz, Branch 1259, Corpus Christi, Texas. Monique Mate, Branch 210, Rochester, New York. Michelle Galda, Camden, New Jersey, Merge, Branch 540. Melissa Johnson, Branch 3825, Rockville, Maryland. Joseph Stearns, Massachusetts Northeast Merged, Branch 25. Eric Lomax, Branch 562, Jamaica, New York. And Mike O'Neill, New Jersey Merged, Branch 38. That is the election committee that will oversee the upcoming national officer election, for which we had a rather lengthy nominations process yesterday, as you will all remember. Next, I'd like to bring up Secretary Treasurer Ryan for a few announcements.
Good morning. All candidates for AFL-CIO delegates should report to Election Commissioner Andy Weiner at the side of the stage for a drawing to determine the order your name will appear on the ballot. So please proceed to the side of the stage now if you are a candidate for AFL-CIO delegate. A reminder that the MDA raffle ticket sales will end at noon today. We also are joined by an MDA ambassador today. She'll be at the MDA booth, so please stop by and say hello. As a reminder for those who weren't here when we announced this at the end of the day yesterday, awards for the food drive and MDA can be picked up at the Community Services booth in the exhibit hall. Letter Carrier Political Fund awards will be mailed out. Branches receiving organizing awards can pick up their award from their national business agent. Thank you. Oh, and one more, hang on. And we have a phone that's been turned on up at the stage. If you're missing a phone, please come see us.
Okay, as I mentioned yesterday, there was a motion passed for the body to consider two appeals for two executive council decisions. We will conduct that process of hearing the appeals and voting on the appeals in executive session. So all guests will need to leave the room. Sergeant at Arms, we will only allow credentialed delegates to enter the room until we conclude the executive session. To allow guests to exit, we will resume in 5 or so minutes. So a short break. The one microphone I'm going to recognize is microphone number 7. Microphone number 7, underprivileged.
Good morning. Thank you, brother. Chuck Mildy, Branch 5571 out of Shawnee Mission, Kansas, editor for the State Association of Letter Carriers. I would like to recognize the tellers and the sergeant at arms at this convention for all of their hard work and all of these teller votes. Can we get 3 cheers?
Sure. Hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hip, hip.
Hooray!
Hip, hip.
Hooray!
Thank you, brother. Let's see if these mics have something pertaining to resolutions, because that's what we're going to do next, come hell or high water. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Ted Thompson, Branch 43, Cincinnati. Good morning, President Renfro and delegates. We have got a lot of agenda items to get through in this next day and a half. And in order to give as much time for discussion and debate as possible, I'd like to make a motion that we waive the reading of any resolve or resolves and just hear the recommendation of the Executive Council. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made and seconded. The motion is to waive the reading of the resolves on the resolutions that appear in the book. I believe Brother Thompson would agree. And read only the recommendation of the Executive Council and the report that's required per the Constitution. This is what we did with the last few amendments after the body adopted a motion to do the same thing yesterday. Okay, microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. My name is Caitlin Magruder out of Branch 305 in Joliet, Illinois. In 2024, at the National Convention held
Sister,
in Boston.
do you rise to speak on the motion?
No.
Okay, sister, you have to wait till we finish this question. Microphone number 8, you rise against the motion?
I rise against the motion. These resolutions, Michael Still, Branch 274, Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. These resolutions were worked on by our membership at branches all over the country. The least we can do is read the resolves to make sure their voices are heard at national, as was promised to them at their local branches.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, please, unless you rise. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Yes, Bradford Lewis, Branch 214. I rise in favor of the motion.
Hang on, brother. I'll recognize you in favor, but you're going to have to turn your...
Oh, sorry.
Okay, brother, you are recognized to speak in favor of the motion. Microphone number 5.
I thought they had it. Sorry. So I'm going to make this brief. I absolutely agree with what was said. People did put a lot of time, a lot of effort. They wanted to be clear on the intent of their motion. However, because of the situation that we are in, you don't cut off the nose to spite the face. If we're not able to get to the core resolution itself because of lack of time, then we've really harmed the maker. So I am in favor of the motion solely so the maker has the opportunity to present that resolution here to this body as it's supposed to be.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 6, underprivileged.
Zachary Spitz, Alamo Branch, 421, Bernie, Texas. I would like to offer an amendment to the motion that we actually don't listen to the Executive Council's recommendation, but do hear the actual language of the resolution.
Just a minute, brother. Okay. Brother, on the amendment, a motion to dispense with the reading of the Executive Council's report would be in violation of the Constitution. The Constitution requires that report. So a motion to do that would be out of order. As for the other piece of the amendment that you offered, it's really an improper amendment because if you offer an amendment to not read the resolutions, or to read the resolutions, while we have a motion on the floor to dispense with the reading of the resolutions, the same thing would be accomplished by a no vote on the original motion. Does that make sense? Microphone number 6, underprivileged. Try it now, brother.
Is it on now? Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and I'll go ahead and withdraw the amendment, and I mean, hopefully we will just get to hear the entirety of it, because
Yeah,
I want
brother,
to hear.
Let me ask you this, at the risk of the parliamentarian telling me I can't do this, I'm going to do it anyway. If you, based on the nature of your amendment, if you, given that information, wish to speak against the motion, I will give you the opportunity to do that. That's your option.
I'll get in queue with the rest of the people that have their numbers on.
Oh, I do have one. Thank you, brother. Microphone number 3. Wait, which is the first privilege? 1 or 8? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Jim Moulton, Branch 219. I call for the question on the original motion to waive the reading of the resolutions.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Carmen Flores from the Vincent R. Sembrado Branch 36. I second the motion.
Thank you, sister. The question has been called for. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the motion to dispense with the reading of the resolves in the resolutions printed in the book, please signify by saying aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it with more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative, so we will now proceed to the question on the motion. The motion is to dispense with the reading of the resolves in the resolutions that are printed in the book. All those in favor of dispensing with the reading of the resolves on the resolutions printed in the book, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Please be seated. All those in favor of the motion to dispense with the reading of the resolves on the resolutions printed in the book, please stand. Please be seated. All those opposed to the motion to dispense with the reading of the resolves is on the resolutions printed in the book, please stand. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it and the motion is passed. Next, I'd like to call up Secretary Treasurer Ryan to tell you about the resolutions process.
As we begin to consider the many and varied resolutions printed in your booklets, I first want to explain how the resolutions came to be and how they are handled by your Executive Council prior to discussing them here. Convention resolutions help to set the national direction and priority for the NALC, so they are very important. Most resolutions come from you, the local activists and officers of our union. Our local activists and officers represent the union where their members work and live, and our local union members generate many of the best ideas for changing union policy. Branches and state associations all across the country constantly meet and discuss issues they think would be in the best interest of letter carriers. Often a resolution starts with a single idea. That idea is discussed and then voted on by the branch or state association. If the resolution is approved, it is signed by the president and the secretary of the branch or state association, and then it is mailed to the secretary-treasurer of the NALC. Resolutions are then forwarded from the secretary-treasurer's office to the chief spokesperson of the negotiating team, the director of legislation, and the executive council as appropriate for consideration and action. Before resolutions are discussed here at the convention, the appropriate committees examine each one and then report their findings to the executive council. The first thing that is done is to research each resolution to determine if the intent of the resolution has already been approved by a previous national convention. We maintain at headquarters a master list of previously adopted and approved resolutions. An abbreviation of the master list is in your resolution booklet. If a new resolution is the same as one that we have already adopted, or if the current official position is better than that of the resolution submitted, there is no need to consider the same matter again. When this occurs, we will send a letter to the president of the branch or the state association advising them that the resolution was already adopted as the official policy of the NALC. In the letter, we will specify the convention at which it was adopted. We also advise the branch or state association that the resolution will not be printed in the resolutions and amendments booklet. In order for resolutions to be printed in the resolutions and amendments booklet, they must have been received by the Office of the Secretary-Treasurer no later than 60 days prior to the convention. However, resolutions may be submitted at any time before or after that deadline to be considered by the convention delegates, including from the convention floor. All resolutions that were properly received no later than 60 days prior to the convention and that were not already the position of the NALC have been printed in your booklet. It should be noted that we printed the language submitted from the branch or state association exactly as it was received. We did not make any corrections. We did, however, put resolutions in a uniform whereas and resolved format. Over the past several months, the Executive Council has been looking at all resolutions submitted. In fact, discussions were held as recently as last night. You will note in your resolutions and amendments booklet that the Executive Council has provided a recommendation of either approval or disapproval. When the Executive Council deliberates on our recommendations, we try our best to approve all resolutions. That is our bias. However, we also have a duty to consider each issue and analyze it closely before we give our final recommendation. There are several questions that the Executive Council must consider as we discuss each and every resolution. Does the resolution propose a policy that will help the NALC move in the right direction? Will it make this union stronger or more effective? If the resolution is good for one branch or one state, is it also good for all branches and all states? Will it fix one problem but create another? How will it change the union's national priorities? Will other issues lose importance if it is adopted? Will the resolution strengthen the NALC's ability to collectively bargain, or will it disadvantage us at the negotiating table? Is it in the best interest of the members? We want you to know that we take this responsibility very seriously, and we are always looking at the pros and cons of each resolution. We want to make sure that you, the delegates, know our position and the reason for each recommendation. After all, the actions that we take here will have an impact on the NALC for years to come. Now it is time for us to offer to you our recommendations as to the best course we think the delegates assembled here should follow on these resolutions. But in the end, it's up to you. We will present these resolutions, we will fully debate them, and then you, not the Executive Council, will make the final call. I urge you to use your power and your wisdom to reach the best possible conclusion concerning the resolutions we are about to discuss. Delegates assembled here today at the 74th Biennial National Convention are the supreme body of this great union. I am certain in the end we will make all the right decisions. We will ensure our union continues on the best possible course for the future, and we will do this together as one voice. Thank you.
Thank you, Sister Ryan. Mike's, bear with us. We'll get to you in a few minutes. As Nicole said, we're going to start shortly with legislative resolutions. There are 8 in your book. We also have a few legislative resolutions that we have received after the deadline for them to be printed in the book. We will consider those after we consider all three of general, legislative, and national agreement resolutions. But before we start, we have a special message from someone who has been a longtime champion for letter carriers on Capitol Hill, Senator Gary Peters from Michigan. He has a long history of helping letter carriers. He has been the chair and currently serves as the ranking member on the Senate Committee on Homeland Security and Government Affairs. He helped us a lot on a number of things over the years, but maybe never more than in the battle in budget reconciliation last year. We talked about on Monday in my speech, and you've heard references from Brother Kelly and Brother Maston yesterday, and almost all, if not all of you in this room are aware of the proposals that were on the table, and a lot of hard work was done on the Senate side. And the last of those terrible proposals to finally be taken out of the bill on the Senate side, Chairman Peters called me at 10 o'clock on a Thursday night and said it's finally out. He was there working for us inside the Capitol, doing everything he could do to ensure that nothing was included in this legislation that he otherwise largely had no control or even say in, frankly, on our behalf. Senator Peters is not running for re-election, but we are happy to share a message that he provided, give us the opportunity to hear from him, and then, of course, appreciate him. So please turn your attention to the screens for a video message from Senator Gary Peters.
Hello, I'm U.S. Senator Gary Peters, and it's my honor to address you all today at the 74th Biennial NALC Convention. The Postal Service touches every corner of our country, and you, our letter carriers, are at the very heart of the organization. You all are committed to delivering the mail to every community, every single day, no matter rain or snow or heat or hail. You know, I grew up in a union household and learned firsthand the power and importance of unions to fight for workers' rights. NALC and its members have been tireless advocates for ensuring the Postal Service provides swift and reliable mail service, and that its workforce is appropriately rewarded for their service on behalf of the public. In my role leading the Senate Homeland Security and Governmental Affairs Committee, I have worked for years to help improve the Postal Service. That includes work to improve its services, protect worker safety, hold it accountable for its shortcomings, and advance legislation to stabilize its finances. In 2022, I led the Postal Service Reform Act, which gave the Postal Service much-needed financial relief, reformed postal employee health care, established important service transparency measures, and put 6-day-a-week delivery into law. That effort shows that big reforms can still be accomplished when we come together in a bipartisan manner to solve hard challenges. I'm also proud to say that in the past year, we successfully defeated proposals in the big, beautiful bill that would have slashed retirement benefits for postal workers and auctioned off the postal electric vehicle fleet. NALC's advocacy was absolutely crucial, and you made sure that Congress heard that your voices were heard loud and clear. Despite our work and our successes over the years, you know better than anyone that the USPS continues to face challenges. The Postal Service continues to face significant financial challenges that must be addressed while continuing to support the employees that make our mail system run. Unfortunately, President Trump is now trying to hijack the Postal Service to control how and which Americans can vote by mail. And as you know, states administer American elections, not the federal government or the Postal Service. And postal employees should never be forced to verify ballots or decide which pieces of mail should be delivered. And I'm going to continue to fight these illegal and unconstitutional efforts. I will continue to hold the Postal Service and the Trump administration accountable and work to find a path forward to improve its finances so that you can continue to deliver for another 250 years. So to conclude, I just want to thank each and every one of you. It's because of you, our dedicated and determined letter carriers, that the American people know that they will receive their mail each week. I hope you enjoy your conference. Thank you.
How about we do a letter carrier cheer for Chairman Peters? We'll send him the video. Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Thank you. All right, microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Hey, y'all.
Hey.
My name is Caitlin Magruder from Branch 305 in Joliet, Illinois. In 2024, at the National Convention held in Boston, a motion was made and accepted by the delegation to create a standing committee on diversity, equity, and inclusion. In the time since that motion passed, Brother Mac Julian has written articles about the importance of DEI initiatives, and the NALC has also adopted policies of inclusion. These are important and crucial initiatives, but now is the time to move forward with the standing committee agreed to by the delegates in Boston. I rise to make a motion for the president of the NALC to form a standing committee on DEI no later than March 1st, 2027, if a committee has not already been formed. This standing committee shall be comprised of a diverse collection of carriers from all walks of life, every corner of the country, and every level and table of the pay scale to accurately reflect NALC's current membership in an effort to address issues faced by the rank and file today. The president of the NALC shall designate the NBAs from each region to canvass members of their respective regions who would be interested in serving on the committee. At least one member from each region shall be on the committee by March 1st, 2027, and conduct the first meeting 45 calendar days later.
Thank you, sister. The committee that you reference that was approved in 2024, we are calling it DEAI. The motion itself was for a committee on diversity, equity, accessibility, and inclusion. We are going to announce and identify the members of that standing committee tomorrow morning.
Thank you, brother.
Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Hello, my name is Stephen Jones, Chairman, Retirees Committee, Capital Branch 142. I'd like to know if I'm in order to make a motion to approve en bloc all approved resolutions and vote on the disapproval.
Thank you, brother. I believe the sister made a motion.
I think that was for the Executive Council motion. Oh, it is, isn't it? I think that was for the Executive Council resolution.
So, brother, yesterday, Sister Jennifer Braden, Sister Braden, if you're in the hall, I'd ask you to come back to the mic in just a second, made a motion that was approved by the body that I believe was to approve all resolutions that the Executive Council had recommended approval on in block. We are pulling from the court reporter to double check the actual wording of the motion. If Sister Braden is available, she's probably not far from microphone number 9. We could perhaps confirm that with her. So once we confirm exactly what her motion was that the body passed, then it may not be necessary to make that motion because the body has already made such a motion. If her motion was not to approve them all in block, but consider them all in block, then, brother, you would certainly be proper to make such a motion. So let's figure that out. I will inform the delegates. If necessary, you would absolutely be able to come back and make that motion.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Sister Braden, are you in the hall? You can get to a microphone. All right, we'll double check it with the court reporter that types every word that's said. With that, we will begin with legislative resolutions. To begin the reading of legislative resolutions, Executive Vice President Paul Barner. Let me tell you this one. Legislative Resolution 1, I'm not Paul, that's Paul, he'll be up here in a second. Legislative Resolution 1 is on page 109. You will notice that the council's recommendation is approved, or is approval. Based on the motion the brother just made and what I said, is we are checking just to ensure whether the motion adopted by the body yesterday was to approve them all in block or consider them all in block. Brother Barner's going to begin, and we will begin with Legislative Resolution 2, which the recommendation is disapproval. Once we get that sorted out, I will inform you, and then we will revisit Legislative Resolution 1. Does that make sense? Okay, Brother Barner will start with Legislative Resolution 2.
Good morning. Legislative Resolution number 2, found on pages 109 through 111. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker of the resolution would amend the resolution, striking the third resolve, making the resolution read, resolved that the NLC recognize that this is an issue and take a political position that this must be corrected and stopped, and be it further resolved that the NLC work with politicians to get an intent on whether or not 6-day delivery was intended to be for every house, or whether lawmakers intended it to be as flexible as the service is using it today. Then the recommendation of the Executive Council would change to one of approval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 1 under privilege.
This is Joshua Shrub from branch 4374. We are the maker of the resolution, and we would accept that amendment.
Okay, brother, you amended the resolution. The Executive Council would change its recommendation to one of approval, as Brother Barner stated. When we sort out the motion from yesterday, or not sort out, verify, the resolution at that point would either be considered approved, or at least would be considered in block with the other approved resolutions. Thank you, brother. Legislative Resolution 3 has been withdrawn. We will now move to Legislative Resolution 4. Brother Barner.
Legislative Resolution number 4, found on page 113. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The NLC legislative structure is designed and most effective when dealing directly with the post-service issues that impact the entire country. Additionally, the NLC has helped other unions in striking employees by providing direct and indirect assistance. The NLC remains committed to assisting our brothers and sisters as circumstances allow it. For these reasons, the recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, come to the mic. You would need to be under privilege. The P. There we go. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Yeah, Maxwell Olson, branch 2942, Hopkins, Minnesota. The intent of this motion is to uplift the broader labor movement by expending unemployment benefits while they're out on strike. It's one part in solidarity with the broader labor movement, and also to benefit our bargaining position, as our position is contingent on the wages of other employees in our sector, such as UPS Teamsters and Amazon workers who are currently attempting to organize.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
Good morning, President, Mr. President, and Executive Branch. I can see from this week this is truly the church of democratic values. Yes, it is. And with that, I call for the question.
Did he identify himself?
Oh, Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. I know who you are, Mr. Question. Question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. Question has been called for on Legislative Resolution 4. All those in favor of proceeding to the question, please signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it with more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative. We will now move to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 4. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 4, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Brother Barner.
Legislative Resolution number 5, found on page 114. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The separation of union dues and spending for political lobbying can be beneficial, especially to the NALC, which has greater than 93% organization rate. Letting members make the decision to donate how much and how often to the Lair Care Political Fund allows the membership to each make an individual choice. Using mandatory dues for politics could have a negative impact on our membership rates. Although the Executive Council urges all members to donate to the Lair Care Political Fund, we believe our current system has worked well for us, and at this time, we believe there are other legislative priorities. For these reasons, the recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 7 under privilege.
Charles Kirchen, Branch 1123, Lawton, Oklahoma. I'll make it real quick. Competition can do this. The lick piffs are always out there begging for money. We could free up a lot of funds if we could do this. We all know money talks in Washington, D.C. It would be beneficial to be able to just throw money at what we need to fight for.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 6 under privilege.
Doug Question Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Carl Achtert, Branch 725, Southeast Pennsylvania merged. I second the call for the question.
Thank you, brother. We'll now vote on proceeding to the question on Legislative Resolution 5. All those in favor of proceeding to the question, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it with a two-thirds majority voting in the affirmative. We will now proceed to the question. The question is on the recommendation of the Executive Council of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 5. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 5, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Brother Barnett.
Legislative Resolution number 6, found on page 114. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution would create an area wage. Similar resolutions were debated and rejected by delegates to the 49th, 51st, 57th, 58th, 60th, 61st, 62nd, 63rd, 65th, 69th, 71st, 72nd, and 73rd National Conventions. Although we welcome an open debate on all issues related to wages and benefits, there's no evidence that the overall membership has changed its views on this issue, and we urge this convention to disapprove it.
Okay, the maker of the resolution. We need to be underprivileged. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Virgilio Goze with NALC Branch 79 Seattle. I will not belabor the rest of the membership here by reiterating stuff that has already been discussed before from prior resolutions and conventions, but I will just point out that this is a legislative version of the resolution, that the same thing has already been done in Alaska and Hawaii. It was done legislatively. Brother James Frankfurt from Alaska mentioned that, proposed this, and I proposed this for now to this body, that it would allow, at the very least, for us to lobby for the rest of the membership who live in the high cost of living areas for locality wages. I know that the people have brought and have concerns about the pie being, cut in several different ways during contract negotiations, which is why this was done as a legislative resolution instead, so it will not affect the bargaining portion of contract negotiations for area wages. I just encourage the body to please take that into account when they are making their decisions on whether to approve or disapprove this particular resolution. But I do encourage folks to please disapprove the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2, under information.
Oh, sorry. I'm so sorry. This was supposed to be negative. Sorry.
Okay, hang on. We got to go to a 4 first. Is there anyone that would like to speak? Oh, he twisted it. You're moving. Is there anyone else who would like to speak for the Executive Council's recommendation? Seeing none, I'll recognize microphone number 2 to speak against the recommendation.
Simulene, NALC Branch 79, from beautiful, sunny Seattle. Yes, I'm in a high cost of living area. I would like to just bring up what was talked about yesterday. One of the reasons it was so important that we maintain the wages of all the NBAs was that they may have to live in these beautiful high cost of living areas that some of us live in. There was an argument made that they should keep their high wages because of that. And I just want to point out the double standard that this body has held up for so long, that some of us get the higher wage and then some of us don't. The letter carries the letter carries the letter carrier unless you live in Hawaii, Alaska, Guam. A letter carries a letter carries a letter carrier until you're the NBA, the RAA, or the NAA. I'm sorry, Diva. You can't have it both ways. I'd like us to finally get around to fixing it. Our carriers, some of our carriers have ended up homeless because they cannot afford rent in sunny Seattle. Sorry, I don't know how we are a beautiful union when we are making less than the burger flippers in Seattle at Dick's Burgers and Fries. Sorry, I don't know what we're doing here anymore if we're arguing. Actually, some of us should get lower wages. This is the way we can do it and not use any of our bargaining power, right? This is legislative. This is what you always wanted. We don't want to use any of our bargaining power arguing for some carriers over other carriers. We have given it to you. Please join with us. Please support us in these high cost of living areas. We will support you in the lower cost of living areas and pull you up with us, finally. Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
It should be.
Brother, your microphone was on privilege. Why don't you rise?
Sorry, I was trying to make it a point of order or information.
Okay, information. You're recognized under information.
Could I just ask, this is Taylor Large, Branch 116. Taylor Large, Branch 116. Could I ask for just a brief description of the locality pay for those that might not know?
That's a complicated question, brother. It depends on what concept we would be talking about. The resolution is printed in the book. You have heard from the maker of the resolutions. You've heard the Executive Council's report. When it relates to this concept, which is in front of the body, I, from the chair, am not going to expound on what I believe it may be.
Fair
so
enough.
that's something that would have to come out through the consideration of the motion.
Understood.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 3, under information.
Patty Kramer, Branch 1310, Monterey, California. Isn't it true that the T-COLA does not go into the computation for retirement?
Yes, sister, that is true.
Thank you.
Thank you, sister. Is there anyone that would like to speak for the Executive Council's recommendation? Microphone number 3, under privilege. You're recognized. Oh, microphone number 3 to speak for the Executive Council's recommendation. In either circumstance, you would be the first to be recognized.
Yes, sir. Good morning. This is A.G. Ramirez, Branch 283, Houston. Look, I've been to a few conventions, obviously, and so we have had a lot of debate back and forth about locality pay, big cities versus little cities. I think we've heard a lot of those arguments. I understand this is under the legislative aspect of locality pay at this point, but one of the things I want to make sure everybody remembers is some of the things that we try to do legislatively. We're trying to make sure that we're improving our members' lives. And yes, potentially additional pay, that's always going to improve our lives. But we got to think about some of the things we're fighting for legislatively right now, and some of the things legislation has taken away from us recently. We were promised vehicles because the vehicles we're driving are completely unsafe right now. Every other single day we have a vehicle out there catching fire or falling apart while someone's driving it. They tear open like tin cans every single time someone runs into it. And Congress has taken that money away from us and ensured that we couldn't get those vehicles, especially under the current administration. I am not sure how us diverting the attention that we really need to focus on safety for our letter carriers out there each day, from not getting assaulted, not getting treated ugly or disrespected in some way, and hoping that the federal agencies will actually pursue some of these crimes, should be diverted to a cause like this. The way that we get additional funds for our members and that we ensure we have living wages is through the negotiating power of our Executive Council at the negotiating table during our bargaining sessions. That's what we're doing now with our national agreements, and that's what we should keep doing. We need to keep our money, the legislative aspect of our money, pushing towards legislative aspects of what we need to get done through legislation.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4 against the recommendation of the Executive Council.
Yep. Chris Pennick with Build a Fighting NALC in Minneapolis, Branch 9. I encourage people to vote against the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval. With respect to the votes at the previous national conventions, this is an idea whose time has come. It is not just a question of fairness, and I understand that, and it is not just a question of do we cease having a national agreement, because we already have T-COLAs. We already have, as the brother said, Guam, Hawaii, Alaska, Puerto Rico. This is a question of, are we going to have letter carriers in the very high cost of living areas? right? In Boston, somebody said, well, if it's too high of a cost of living, just move somewhere else. But this is where our families live. This is where we have houses. This is where we have letter carrier jobs. Do we want to have letter carrier jobs in places like Boston and Seattle? I think we do. I think it is a question of fairness for the carriers that live in those very high cost of living areas. And it's something that I would encourage everybody to, again, vote no on that recommendation of disapproval from the Executive Council. One more thing that I will leave with you. In Boston, I was talking to some of the carriers there about what this means to them because they put it forward and spoke very eloquently on it. I spoke to one carrier, a woman who was in her 50s, who had a bad back, and she was telling me that she only survives because she gets 20 hours of overtime every single week. And she was terrified that her back was going to put her in a position where she was going to have to get a medical restriction to only work 40 hours a week. And she said if that happens, she didn't know how she could pay her bills. And this is a senior letter carrier making top scale pay and saying 40 hours is nowhere near enough in this very high cost of living area. And so again, I would encourage people to vote down the recommendation of disapproval.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 3, it's unclear to me if your signage is on privilege or against. Okay, it's against. All right, sit tight. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Michael Still, Branch 274, Lehigh Valley, Pennsylvania. A harm against one is a harm against all, and I would like to call the question.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for. Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 7 under privilege.
Cerelia Garcia, Branch 229, Pueblo, Colorado. I second.
Thank you, sister. The question has been called for and seconded. We will now vote on whether to proceed to the question. The question would be on the Executive Council's recommendation on Legislative Resolution 6. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, with more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative. We will now proceed to the question, which is on the recommendation of disapproval by the Executive Council on Legislative Resolution 6. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6 signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. We got to stand up again. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6, please stand. All those opposed, please be seated. Well, everybody be seated. If you're yay, no, or don't care, please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6, please stand. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. As the recommendation of the Executive Council has been overturned, would now entertain a motion to approve the resolution, Legislative Resolution 6. Microphone number 3 under privilege.
I call for a division.
Okay, brother. Hey, Every delegate in this hall, in their capacity as a delegate, has a right to exercise all of the things that they have the ability to do as a delegate pursuant to our rules. I ask that every delegate respect that regardless of how you may feel about a particular issue or individual. But I'm about to tell AG he got booed.
That's right.
Okay, it was AG Ramirez from branch 183.
283.
Oh, 283. Sorry, Santa Rosa. It was unintentional. So it's hard to see. What? Okay, microphone number 4, excuse me, under privilege.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, Galesburg, Illinois. We have already had a division that was ruled upon by the chair. I believe that this is out of order.
No, brother. Any delegate can call for division. That is not limited to the chair. Depending on whether the brother agrees, we of course could move to the next step, which would be something that is completely foreign and unfamiliar to all of us, a teller vote. Okay, the question is on Legislative Resolution 6, on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6, please stand. Please remain standing.
The problem is, it's like clustered in different sections. You'll see it with the names. It's why sometimes the vocal ones I can't hear. So they're going to sit, then all the people in front are going to stand up. And then it looks like, right, it just like washes out, you know.
Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6, please stand.
See, the problem is, if you look out there, there's a massive section of everybody saying that's not going to stand in there. Yeah, why not? That hopefully, I'd be good at what he should. I was going to say, I feel like I should have done it first, but anyway, yeah, let's do that, please. Thank you.
We will have a teller vote. Please be seated. We will secure the doors in 5 minutes. Sergeant at Arms, please secure the doors. The question before the body is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6. Everybody be seated. Come on. There's a lot of people in the aisles. The only people in the aisles should be the tellers. Everyone else, please be seated. Well done. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6, please stand. Remain standing until you receive the indication from the teller to be seated. When you receive that indication, please be seated. The question once again is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6. All those in favor of the all those opposed, start over. Opposed, opposed, opposed. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on Legislative Resolution 6, please stand. Please remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. Okay, the previous question was on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval of Legislative Resolution 6. The yeas are 1,781. The nays, 1,909. The recommendation of the Executive Council is rejected. We would now need a motion to adopt Legislative Resolution 6. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
I would like to make, I'm Audrey Davis, Branch 214, San Francisco. I would like to make a motion to adopt.
Thank you, sister. Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Bradford Lewis, Branch 214. I second that motion, and I thank this body. I'll take it back to my carriers.
Thank you, brother. Is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question. The question is on the adoption of Legislative Resolution 6. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The resolution is adopted. Okay. As I discussed earlier, when the brother asked about making a motion regarding the resolutions that the Executive Council had recommended approval on, he inquired about making a motion to consider them all approved by the body. There was a little bit of doubt, let's say, about a motion yesterday. The maker of that motion is at microphone number 9. Sister Braden. Oh, sorry. Sergeant at Arms, you can open the doors. Sister Braden, we have, from the transcript, from the court reporters, I would like to state to you the wording of the motion that I put to the body to vote, because ultimately that is what you voted on, is when I called the question. And Sister Braden can confirm or otherwise correct what her intent was. The text or the words that I used were, and I quote, "The motion is on all resolutions, which would include legislative, general, and national agreement resolutions. Those that the Executive Council has recommended approval would be approved in block." I recognize microphone number 9 under privilege and ask Sister Braden, who was the maker of the motion yesterday, if that was the intent of her motion that the body approved.
That is the intent. Jennifer Braden, this thing...
You're good. Keep talking. Don't worry. Plug your ears and talk. You'll be good. It's just an echo. We can hear you.
Okay. Jennifer Braden, Branch 3331, Roanoke Rapids, North Carolina. That is my intent. In clarification, I said all that was approved by, an approval by the board to be voted in block.
Thank you, sister.
Was all of them.
Thank you, sister. So back to the brother's question. This body has already approved a motion that would has approved all of the resolutions that the Executive Council recommended approval on. Therefore, the brother's motion that he inquired about earlier would not be necessary, as the body's already made that decision, and all of the resolutions included in the book where the Executive Council recommended approval have been approved by the body in block. We will now proceed to Legislative Resolution number 7. Brother Barner.
Legislative Resolution number 7, found on page 115. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution would create an area wage. Similar resolutions. Is this what we just did? Similar resolutions were debated and rejected by delegates to the 49th, 51st, 57th, 58th, 60th, 61st, 62nd, 63rd, 65th, 69th, 71st, 72nd, and 73rd National Conventions. Although we welcome an open debate on all issues related to wages and benefits, there's no evidence that the overall membership has changed its views on this issue, and we urge this convention to disapprove it. I just told a lie.
Thank you, Brother Barner. A little bit of tongue in cheek, but seriously, on Legislative Resolution 7, while the topic is the same, obviously the resolves are very different. So it would be certainly appropriate, even given the approval of the previous resolution, for us to consider this unless the maker of the resolution would prefer to withdraw it in light of the previously approved resolution. So we will begin with the maker of the resolution. Microphone number 7, under privilege.
Renee Eberhardt, Branch 1681, Casper, Wyoming. I would like to thank the delegates for passing the last resolution. We have debated for years, and I have been very vocal against locality pay as being negotiated by the executive board in our contracts. This resolution was to address that issue and support our members who live in those localities, because it doesn't affect Wyoming. And I thank you and withdraw this resolution.
Thank you, sister. Legislative Resolution 7 has been withdrawn. Legislative Resolution 8 was previously approved. Microphone number 5, under privilege.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Wyatt Austin Gilderson, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. I would like to make a motion. If this motion is out of order, I will table it. But because of the pivotal role that all of our tellers have been doing throughout this convention thus far, I would like to move to increase the pay to our tellers for this convention.
Thank you, brother. Let me just briefly caucus. Brother, hang tight right there at microphone number 5. There's one little thing I want to check. It's constitutional because the Mileage and Per Diem Committee is included in the Constitution. I think it's going to be just fine. I just want to double check something constitutional in the views of the attorneys. Once I get that answer, which will be here very shortly, I'll call you back to the mic. Okay? All right, microphone number 4, under privilege.
This is the Cody Harris, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. This is related to the same issue, so I will table this until we resolve this first issue.
Okay, brother, thank you. Microphone number 9, under privilege.
This is Joe DeRogers of Branch 18, Southeastern Massachusetts.
I make a motion that any executive council recommendation of disapproval overturned by the delegates automatically be adopted as written or amended.
Okay, before I ask for a second, just to be clear about the motion. Brother DeRosiers, would you state it again?
The motion is that any executive council recommendation of disapproval that is overturned by delegates be automatically adopted as written or amended.
Thank you, Joe. That's the motion. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. So just as information, effectively, what this would mean is if the Executive Council's recommended disapproval, the body then voted to overturn that recommendation like was just done with Legislative Resolution 6. That resolution would automatically be adopted. It would negate the need for us to have a motion to adopt the resolution. Is there any discussion? Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
I don't know if I'm out of order or not, but, oh.
Hang on, brother. We're open for discussion only on the motion that the brother just made.
Okay, then you know what? I'll wait.
Okay.
All right.
Any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will move to the question. The motion is that on any resolution where the body overturns the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, that resolution would be automatically adopted. All those in favor say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is passed. I'll go back to microphone number 5 if you still wish to rise under privilege. Go ahead, brother.
Sure. A few what do I say? A few talks before. Chevelle Evans, sorry, Branch 11, Chicago. If you haven't noticed already. I understand what the tellers are doing. They're doing a lot of work, obviously. We're making them do a lot of work, but they're already getting their per diem and whatnot. And if you guys vote on giving them a raise or whatnot, no problem. One thing I'd like to do is there's 2 gentlemen right now that seem to be running around like track stars. Kevin and Caleb, the cameraman, are running around here back and forth and carrying a camera with them, mind you, and not just a little phone camera, right? That big old one, right? So I'd like to say, I know they don't work for us specifically, right? So, but maybe we can, do lunch, dinner, do something, or, I'm not going to say maybe no pass a hat or anything like that, but, something for these guys, because they are busting their butts out here, okay? Thank you, Kevin
brother.
and Caleb.
They absolutely are. They're wonderful people that do a lot of work for NALC. There are staffers of NALC that are also running around. Most important thing is whether they work for us or they work for the convention center or they work for those that are running around taking pictures, every single one of them is a union worker and is well compensated for their work. I will say the most impressive thing, however, if you were able to watch them during the nearly 2 hours nomination process yesterday, today is a walk in the park compared to that. But we absolutely appreciate them, and I can assure you for our staff and for those individuals that you referenced, we will do something to appreciate all their hard work at the convention. Let's give them a letter carrier cheer. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Hip, hip. Ask about a amendment. Push your button there, brother. All right, I'm going to recognize Mike 5 under privilege in just a minute, but not right now. So just hang tight. I'm going to give you the way we would have to do what I believe you were suggesting to do. The NALC Constitution requires the Mileage and Per Diem Committee. You heard the Mileage and Per Diem Committee's report. This body adopted that report to increase any of the compensation that comes in various forms, as you heard in Brother Montgomery's report this morning, would require amending that report, which could absolutely be done. It would, however, require a 2/3 majority vote. So there could be a motion made to amend the report, but we would be amending a report that has already been approved by the delegates. It would require a 2/3 majority to do so. Mr. Brother, would you like to be recognized on microphone number 5? Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Yeah. Wyatt Austin Gilderson, Branch 82, Portland, Oregon. I would like to make a motion to amend the report as stated by Brother Renfro.
Okay, brother. The one thing we would need is an exact dollar amount, so for the delegates to vote on. So what I would say, I don't expect you to remember all the terms at this point that were in the mileage and per diem report. Frankly, I don't either.
Yeah.
So what I would recommend is that your motion would include an amount to increase the compensation for the tellers, if that's your intention.
The report stated, when that report was given earlier in this meeting, the chair said that per teller, they were getting $200. I move we double it.
Ooh, I'm not sure that's correct, brother. Hang on just a second. Let's double check it.
$500.
These Board of Tellers received $500 each. The chair of the Board of Tellers received $800, is what was in the report.
My apologies.
So given that information...
Yeah, my apologies, but my point still stands. I move to double it.
Okay, brother. So the motion would be to double the compensation for the tellers, which would amend the report to go from $500 to $1,000, and for the chair of the tellers to go from $800 to $1,600. Order, please. The motion has been made. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Cody Harris, Branch 82. As that was the 10th teller vote by my count for this convention, I so second that.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any discussion? Seeing none, we'll take a vote on proceeding to the question. Microphone number 1 on information, I believe.
Yep. Zach Schasberger, Branch 434, Ann Arbor. My question is, do we have the money?
Yes, brother.
Thank you.
Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. Yes, Mr. President, I'd like to proceed with the question, please.
Thank you, Mr. Question. Question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, Mr. Second Question. I love how Mr. Second Question always stays at home. Mr. Question, however, roams. Okay, the Call is for the question to proceed to the question on the motion regarding the amendment of amending the mileage and per diem report. All those in favor of proceeding to the question, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. In the opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. As a 2/3 majority have voted or more have voted in the affirmative. We will now proceed to the question.
Can I recognize, I doubt it's something, but if eight's under privilege, no, she was she's totally second.
All right. The question is on the motion. The motion was to amend the mileage and per diem committee report that was previously approved by the body to increase compensation for the tellers from $500 in the original report to $1,000, and to increase compensation for the chair of the Board of Tellers from $800 to $1,600. A reminder, because this is amending something that has already been accepted, it will require a 2/3 majority vote to pass. All those in favor of amending the report of the Committee on Mileage and Per Diem to increase the compensation for the tellers and the chairman of the Board of Tellers, please signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The noes have it. The motion fails. Microphone number 8, under privilege.
Hi, I'm Jackie Stevens from Fort Myers, Florida. I would like you to have like a sticky note or something to remind you to open the doors after tele votes. We've been stuck behind the line several times and it's not working. So if you could either appoint somebody to remind you or get some kind of sticky note, walkie-talkie.
Thank you, sister. Every time I forget, I have an increasing number of people up here that remind me in voices that increase in both volume and impatience. I will make a note right here in front of me on something to ensure that that remains at the top of the priority list in the highly unlikely event that we have to have another teller vote. Thank you, sister. Yeah. I don't know if the cameras can see it. How's this? As you may recall, when we began legislative resolutions, Legislative Resolution 1, the Executive Council recommended approval on. We were waiting for confirmation just to be sure about Sister Braden's motion yesterday. So for the record, Legislative Resolution 1, based on that motion that was passed by the body yesterday, has been approved. Microphone number 2, under privilege.
Thank you. Alan Moore Sr., Branch 78, Columbus, Ohio. I'd like to make a motion to increase the teller votes by 20%. So as opposed to doubling it.
To increase their compensation, brother?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I will second that.
Thank you, brother. The motion is to amend the Mileage and Per Diem Committee's report to increase the compensation for the tellers by 20%. Rough math off the top of my head, that would mean increasing the teller's compensation from $500 to $600. And it would mean increasing the compensation for the chair of the Board of Tellers from $800 to $960, I believe. Okay, brother that made the motion, would you like to speak further in support of your motion? Not required, but I want to give you the opportunity.
Yes, so I concur.
Microphone number 2, underprivileged, is recognized.
Yeah, so I concur that they are doing a lot of work, and that I think it should be a little bit more money than what they are getting, even though in the beginning of this they knew that this could be a possibility. But since they are doing so much, I do think they should get more money for that. I just don't think it should be 100%. 20% is $100. That's not a bad thing. That's why I suggested that.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Deborah Jolene Maston, Branch 193, San Jose. I call for the question.
Thank you, sister. The question has been called for. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you. We will now vote on proceeding to the question on the motion regarding amending the Mileage and Per Diem Committee report. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. With more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative, so we will now move to the question on the motion. The motion is to amend the Mileage and Per Diem Committee report that was previously accepted by the body to increase compensation for the tellers by 20% from what was in the original report. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The ayes would have required a 2/3 majority. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
Hi, Chevelle Evans, Branch 11, Chicago. That was awfully close, sir, for my ears. So I say, really? Ain't you used to something already?
Yeah, did you call for a division, brother?
Can we do that?
Brother, are you calling for a division?
Yes, division,
Yeah.
sorry.
Come on up.
Ooh, I get on the big stage.
Yeah, I want to see your hat up close, too. All right. This motion requires a 2/3 majority. Right. So it takes 2/3 of the ayes. I will tell you up front, I tell everybody to come up. It can be really hard to judge because you have sections where you have everybody get up, right, and you may see a ton in the front, then you look out there and there's nobody for a while. If you're not comfortable with it, right, you will do a television. Right. Which would be kind of funny on this.
That's kind of what I was going after originally. I did think it was kind of fun.
Okay, everyone be seated. The motion was to amend the Mileage and Per Diem Committee report that has been adopted by the body previously to increase compensation for the tellers by 20%. This vote requires a 2/3 majority to pass. All those in favor of the motion, please stand and remain standing.
You see what I mean when you look back there? Like, it's hard. It just like kind of washes out.
Like 2/3, it feels like half.
Yeah.
Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to the motion, please stand.
The one that throws me off is back there. You've got a whole big section.
Well, I know the chairs are all empty right there.
But everybody in that section was standing
Yeah.
before, and then they sit. It's up to you. Totally up to you.
But so, like, if I feel it's 50-50, that wouldn't
Yes,
offer.
it's 2/3.
Right, it's 2/3.
So if you believe that the ayes are less than 2/3 based on what you see, then it would fail. If you're not sure, we could do that.
I kind of want to have fun with the taller count.
That's fine. It's up to you. You don't have to tell me or anybody else why.
Well, I think they know why. So.
All
Okay.
right. Well, you want to have a teller vote?
Yeah, teller vote.
Okay.
Okay, please be seated. We will have a teller vote. Yeah. Before I call the tellers forward, should we require the tellers to recuse themselves? Replacement tellers? I'm kidding. Tellers, please come up. We will lock the door in 5 minutes. Okay, Sergeant at Arms, please close the doors. Microphone number 6, do you rise for an issue in relation to the question before the body?
This has to do with past practice, Mr. President. It's been brought
Please
to my
identify yourself, brother. I know who you are, Mr. Question, but for the record.
Oh, yes. Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. I've heard reports that we're not allowed to bring food in here anymore. It's been past practice. We've been allowed to bring food. They're stopping the members, the delegates here with food, saying, no, you cannot bring food in the hall.
Brother, let's finish the question in front of us, and I'll be happy to address that immediately thereafter if that works.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Okay, the question. Everyone, please be seated. Please clear the aisles. The question before the body is on the motion to amend the mileage and per diem report that was approved yesterday by the body to increase compensation for the tellers by 20%. All those in favor of the motion, please stand and remain standing until the teller gives you the indication to be seated, at which time please be seated. good, Andy? Yeah, do it. Okay, once again, the question is on the motion to amend the Mileage and Per Diem Committee report that the convention adopted yesterday to increase the compensation for the tellers by 20%. All those opposed to the motion, please stand. Please remain standing until you receive the indication from your teller to be seated, at which time please be seated. Under information.
Tanisha LZ, Garden Grove, California. My question was, isn't it a conflict of interest for the tellers to count their own votes? That doesn't make any sense. We need new tellers to count the vote.
Sister.
Open the door!
Sister, knowing the tellers as people and given their history as union representatives, I do not think that will be an issue.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, Bill. Now I get the nickname Bill Ray's sticky note. I missed my sticky note. Please open the doors. Okay, microphone number 7 under information.
Hi, Jacinta Fair, Branch 204. I would consider this as a conflict of interest because anytime the president or anybody that's involved in a question or a situation, they have to remove themselves from that situation.
Okay, for the 2 sisters that have risen and expressed that concern, after this question is determined, which will be here in just a couple of minutes, hopefully, and I give the result, if you wish to go to a mic to make a motion, I think they could make a motion that there was a potential conflict of interest and to do it with new tellers. If the body approves it, we could do it. Okay, sister, the 2 sisters that rose, if once we finish this matter, if you wish to come to the mic to make a motion to utilize different tellers and do the vote over again, that would be proper. But we can't do it until this vote is complete, which will be shortly. Microphone number 9, I will recognize you under privilege. Please understand, while this question is pending, you cannot make any motion or any other business, but I will recognize you under privilege if something other than the business of the convention is what you wish to state.
So, Jennifer Braden, Branch 3331, Roanoke Rapids, as you all know. If by chance they do not want to use the tellers, can they not use the distribution committee?
Sister, we will figure out replacement tellers when and if that becomes necessary. As of right now, it is not.
Open the doors.
I already said that.
Now you could open them. I was told to remind you every time.
No. Brother Weiner says open the doors. If the doors get any more open, the wall may fall down. On the question, on the motion to amend the mileage and per diem report as approved by the delegates earlier, to increase the compensation for tellers by 20%. The votes are, the yeas are 1,382. The nays are 1,336. As this vote would require a 2/3 majority in the affirmative, the motion does not pass. If you recall on Legislative Resolution 2, Legislative Resolution 2, in the Executive Council's report, we suggested that if the resolution was amended, that the council would change its recommendation to approval. The maker of this resolution agreed to make that amendment. Therefore, the Executive Council recommendation changed to approval. I raise this because since that time we had that discussion, we have confirmed the motion that the body passed yesterday. Therefore, General Resolution 2, for the record, is approved. All right, I see you guys at the mics. It's 1:04. Let me tell you what we are going to do here in the very near future. We are going to take a break just like we did yesterday. But let me address the food question that came up. This convention center does not allow outside food and beverage, including in this hall. Hang on. There's a damn good reason for it. To support the union workers that work in this hall and cook, prepare, sell, move food. So we cannot bring outside food in, but by not bringing outside food in, purchasing food, we are supporting our brothers and sisters that work in this convention hall.
And the issue also is even if we purchase it from ours, the rule is we're not supposed to bring it in.
No. And by rule, food is not supposed to come in the convention hall, which gives us very good reason now that we have surpassed 5 hours in session, which would be our normal daily session, and that we intend to go 8.5 hours in total time, that we would take a 30-minute lunch break. When we return from that 30-minute lunch break, we have an excellent speaker that everyone is going to want to hear from, I assure you. So for those that are at the mics, if you have urgent business under privilege that you believe we may need to address prior to the 30-minute lunch break, I will recognize you. I just wanted to make you aware of what is directly in front of us. Okay, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Yes, Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. It's not outside food. That's the question or the problem here, sir. It's the food from within the convention center that's not being allowed to be brought in.
Yes, sir. By rule, food is not allowed to be brought in the hall. That's the convention center's rule. That's not NALC's rule.
Okay, so that includes the food that we purchase here in the hall.
Yes, brother. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
It's Kevin Sommers, Branch 1495 out of State College.
I just had to say something to the brothers and sisters here, especially to the three that stood up and questioned the tellers doing the teller vote. Brothers and sisters, we're supposed to be a family here. I know that there is a lot of division, and hopefully after this vote on the election, that will fix it. But we have to start trusting each other. If we can't trust each other, management wins. Start trusting your brothers and sisters and start acting like a family, please.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 1, underprivileged.
Brother Info, Jared Sims, Branch 14, Louisville, Kentucky. Shout out to Charles, Branch President in Kansas City, Kansas, our teller, doing a fantastic job. We would not have to decide votes for tellers if we quit calling for teller votes when obviously we know the outcome in advance. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. We will take a 30-minute break. It is 1:07 p.m. We will resume in 30 minutes. convention will come back to order. Surprisingly, the official timekeeper, Brother Mullins, has not scolded me for extending our lunch. But let's get started. Brothers and sisters, there is really no sugarcoating what we have faced in the legislative and political realm over the last 2 years since we last convened in Boston. It's often felt like attack after attack. While we've certainly had some victories and have sought out any opportunities to present themselves for us to advance our priorities, we've had to also spend a lot of time playing defense. Fortunately, with an extremely activated membership of the NALC and the influence that we have built over the years in Washington, D.C., we've done that exceptionally well. And we have a lot to be proud of. But that doesn't mean that it's always been easy. So let's take a look back at all that's unfolded over the last couple of years on that front. Please turn your attention to the video.
Our motto has always been, if you're not at the table, you're on the menu. So we are always at the table, and we are always there to fight for our members in the legislative and political arena. Our union is very fortunate to have the most active membership of any labor union in America. Any action or potential action taken by the Congress or by the administration that would affect our members, we are involved in. And our success is really a combination of what we do in Washington, D.C., our professionals, the lobbyists, the folks that work on political issues, how we spend our PAC money, combined with the activism of our members.
Every day, the National Association of Letter Carriers fights to protect our members who selflessly serve the American public. Our mission extends beyond daily routes and charges headfirst into the halls of Congress. For generations, we've worked tirelessly to build influence where it matters most. As union members, we fight together to win in key battles that affect our members now and in the future. As letter carriers, we face threats to our jobs, our benefits, and our safety. Despite these challenges, the NALC continues to win battles thanks to our powerful strategy that pairs advocacy in the legislative halls of Washington with unfettered activism from our members in every congressional district in America.
The leadership of the letter carriers is constantly engaged with members of Congress so that we know what we should be supporting and what we should be loudly opposing. We take these meetings, we take them seriously. They are productive, not just on the member level, but our staffs meet with President Renfro and some of his folks quite routinely to ensure that we make the most sense out of the legislation when we're passing it here in Congress.
NALC does such an amazing job in talking to members of Congress and sharing your stories, sharing the challenges and the struggles that you face with policy members and with Congress, and we need to know what you're concerned about. And so continue to share your stories and lift up the important work that your members are doing in every corner of our communities and in every zip code.
We've been partners with the NALC and with the letter carriers. And so what drives me and what motivated me to run for Congress are the issues that matter most to working people. And how do we help people that are working get into the middle class, get a fair shot, be able to own a home, be able to own a good benefit, have a retirement with dignity. That's what the labor movement is about.
Our members of Congress, no matter where they are all over the country, they are used to hearing from letter carriers. And the combination of those two things have allowed us to grow our influence to where it is today.
Some victories have been won in a matter of months, but others, like the Social Security Fairness Act, take generations to win. This is where patience and the union's consistent pressure on lawmakers prevail. For years, retired carriers saw their earned Social Security benefits reduced because of outdated federal policies that some predicted would never change. Yet letter carriers never stopped pushing.
Throughout our history, I'm not sure there's a legislative achievement that better shows the strength of our union
than passing the Social Security Fairness Act in late 2024.
The fights for the Social Security Fairness Act started more than 50 years ago.
Our members were discouraged. Frankly, they were discouraged. Why do we contribute to the letter carrier political fund when we're not getting anything out of it? I'm still losing my Social Security benefits.
We never took no, and we continued to push forward and continue to push forward. It's really a story of perseverance by letter carriers, by the leadership of our union through multiple generations, the activism of our members in every state and every congressional district around the country over the course of several decades.
As a new administration came in promising a series of executive orders that would threaten the existence of the Postal Service, the NALC was ready for battle.
When we kicked that rally off in mid-February, we knew fights were coming, but we did not know that they were coming as quickly as they did. Once we confirmed this with the Postal Service and spoke to leadership at the Postal Service, their attitude, frankly, at the time was, you know, this is a done deal. They're going to ruin this great institution. And I said, to hell they are. So then very quickly planned an event that really is unprecedented in our union's history. We had almost 300 rallies around the country in separate locations on March 23rd to really make clear that this is something that is bad for us, it's bad for the Postal Service, it's bad for the people that we serve. And those rallies generated a lot of local media attention, really raised awareness about this issue. We had our members contact the Speaker of the House to express that this was not a good move, and so many of our members did that they decided to shut the phone line down.
This administration has been trying to chip away at other public services, but they've tried to target specifically the United States Postal Service. And I thought immediately speaking out against this, I was really proud to lead a letter to this administration with over 160 other members of Congress to say, hell no to privatizing the Postal Service. One of the things I think that is a really critical bipartisan initiative of the Postal Service Caucus is to fight back against these privatization efforts and get back to the real work at hand, which is supporting our universal service obligations, supporting our workforce, strengthening the United States Postal Service, and move away from the bad ideas that were coming out of the initial, when the Trump administration first came in.
Since then, this executive order idea has not reared its ugly head once again, thankfully, but it's something that we have to continue to watch.
DOGE may be settling on its next targets, Amtrak and the U.S. Postal Service.
In early 2025, another challenge emerged. As discussions surrounding government efficiency initiatives expanded, questions arose about the future direction of mail delivery and postal services. The NALC stayed focused on its North Star, protecting letter carriers and protecting the integrity of the Postal Service. We worked closely with Postal Service leadership and after months of persistent conversation, secured agreements that shielded letter carriers from the changes being proposed. Then, in March 2025, Postmaster General Louis DeJoy resigned. His departure highlighted a larger reality. Powerful interests continue to compete over the future of the nation's mail and parcel delivery network.
The fact that he was then forced out by that administration highlights the influence of those that are our competitors in the parcel market.
When a new Postmaster General was selected later that year, NALC remained vigilant, engaging at every stage of the process to ensure letter carriers continued to have a voice in decisions affecting our future. Attacks on federal services weren't limited to the Postal Service. Across the federal workforce, proposals emerged that threatened collective bargaining rights, union representation, and payroll deduction systems that support labor organizations.
It has been really a never-ending hit list from this administration on the unions that represent federal employees. Because of the deep bipartisan relationships we have on both sides of the aisle, both here in D.C. and locally, when these types of proposals that would harm us come up, we simply go to a lot of our friends on the Hill and say, don't you dare, you know better. And thankfully, we have champions on both sides of the aisle to carry our water, and that's the reason we've been able to get through these difficult times unscathed.
Those relationships helped stop proposals before they could become law and ensured that letter carriers emerged from another difficult period with our rights intact. Among the legislative battles of 2025, none was larger than the fight over the federal reconciliation package that the president dubbed One Big Beautiful Bill, more accurately called
One Big Ugly Bill.
The stakes were enormous. Provisions within the legislation threatened benefits that federal employees and postal workers had earned over decades of service.
The One Big Beautiful Bill, this whole reconciliation process, at least in the 16 years or so now that I have been at NALC headquarters, was the biggest fight that we've had. We've had a lot of fights over the years, but I don't think we've had any quite like this.
NALC immediately engaged lawmakers in both chambers of Congress. It included a provision stripping away a special annuity supplement for federal retirees. We went straight to the House Republicans who had voted yes, reminding them of years of support for letter carriers and enlisting them to help fix what the Senate could still change.
There's always strength in numbers, and there were quite a few of us that went in and said, we're not doing it. The NALC had the specific information we needed. So when we had to go to leadership and fight with them, we had facts to back it up. And I mean, that was great. We had to think with President Renfro on that. You know, we were able to have a united front. So many people rely on it for so many different things. And you can't take that reliability away.
Now, I know you can't go back and change your vote, but you better do everything you can to go tell the Senate that they better fix it, and that's exactly what they did. They wrote a letter, a number of House Republicans signed that letter to Leader Thune that basically said, I know we voted for this, but we screwed up and you gotta fix this.
In the Senate, a last-minute proposal threatened to more than double retirement contributions for federal employees, including letter carriers. NALC moved immediately to get the language stripped out, and we won.
The Senate eventually passed the bill, which did not include anything that harmed us. It then went back to the House and was passed and signed into law in July. Since 2020, we've seen a significant spike in the number of violent crimes committed against letter carriers.
July 19, 2024, I lost Octavia Redmond to senseless gun violence. She was shot and killed while performing her duties delivering mail in the Pullman area.
In February 2025, the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act was introduced in the House and Senate. The bill would fund secure new collection boxes and electronic mailbox keys, so this highly sought-after infrastructure can't be exploited in the first place. It would also require the U.S. Attorney General to promptly designate a U.S. attorney in each judicial district to prioritize any case involving an assault or crime against a letter carrier, and ensure those assaults are treated with the same seriousness as assaults on federal law enforcement officers. The bill is bipartisan, sponsored by Republican Congressman Brian Fitzpatrick and Democratic Congressman Greg Landsman, and it has already surpassed 218 co-sponsors, a majority of the House. Now NALC is pushing to get the bill to the House floor for a vote before this Congress ends.
We are here as members of Congress to stand in solidarity with our brothers and sisters in organized labor and the letter carriers to clearly and unequivocally declare that it's time to end this workplace violence because enough is enough.
We're out here each and every day, and these crimes are happening to us worldwide. And that's why we need some type of legislation to put things in place to help us. And that's why the Protect the Letter Carriers Act is so important.
We know that our letter carriers are being targeted, and that's why we have the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act legislation that would specifically call for higher penalties for those who would commit violent crimes against our hardworking letter carriers. There's growing support behind that bill, and we hope that we can get our leadership to bring it to the floor here real soon.
Letter carriers, as they are frontline workers, they are facing increasingly more dangerous situations on the job. And so we need to honor that, respect that, and do things to ensure that their workplaces are as safe as can possibly be. This piece of legislation is critical to us as the Postal Service Caucus. It has bipartisan support. It is a priority. And we're going to continue to work with the NALC to make sure that we get it done.
Whether we're protecting retirement security, defending collective bargaining, preserving the Postal Service, or ensuring the safety of every letter carrier, our fights may change, but our mission never does. Because when letter carriers stand together, we don't just react to challenges, we shape outcomes, we build influence, and we win a stronger future together. None of that happens by accident. It's the product of relationships built over decades and of a political fund that makes NALC's voice impossible to ignore. That fund is our Letter Carriers Political Fund, and it's the reason this union can fight and win battles now and in the future. That influence isn't free, and it isn't automatic. It exists because letter carriers choose to invest in it year after year.
Our relationships and influence with the leadership of both parties, both in the House and the Senate, is something that we leverage when we need to. There may be some member of Congress up to some nonsense with some proposal that would harm us. Once the leadership finds out about it, they say, oh no, we're not going to mess with them. That's the type of influence that we've created and that we continue to leverage and build those relationships, whether it's to advance legislation or whether it's to defeat things or proposals that are negative. Those that are in control of what each party does in Congress and therefore control what actually happens on the floor are the place where our influence is most effective and really most important. Yeah, our success is based on strength. It's based on influence. It's important that for us to continue to grow that network, we grow our activism, we grow the people that we have working in DC, the people that we have working out in the field, but also that we grow our letter carrier political fund. The simplest thing that any member of NALC can do to help protect their job in this legislative political arena is make a small contribution to the letter carrier political fund through payroll deduction out of every paycheck. Our PAC is big for a union of our size. That's with only about 13% of our members participating in it. If 87% of our members knew about these fights and we told them how easy it was to contribute, there's no question that that 13% number would rise. And the way things work in this system in this country is the more money you have to spend in that political arena, the more influence you have, whether we like it or not.
How about another hand for all of our members that have been involved in the fights that were highlighted in that video? Our fights on Capitol Hill have been tough over the last 2 years. We're going to continue to have fights. And to win fights, it takes us. It also takes friends, particularly friends in Washington, D.C., that have influence in very important positions. And it's my honor now to introduce today's guest speaker. House Minority Leader Hakeem Jeffries represents the 8th District of New York. He is currently serving in his 7th term in Congress. He served as a Democratic leader since 2022. He is the highest-ranking Democrat in the House of Representatives. His entire time in Congress, especially during his time as leader, Congressman Jeffries has always stood with us. We've talked about this week the Protect Our Letter Carriers Act, that when it was first introduced, we had a press conference. Leadership in Congress does not come to these press conferences, but Leader Jeffries was there with us that day. He's been with us from the start on that bill and has always prioritized our safety. When the threat of privatization seemed inevitable, he stood with us to fight back. Leader Jeffries is always on our side. He not only stands with us, He supports all workers and understands the value and important roles of unions. We are grateful for his support and proud to have a House Democratic leader that we can count on. Brothers and sisters, please join me in welcoming our friend, House Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries.
Are the letter carriers in the house right now? Are you all ready to fight like hell? Are you ready to work together to make sure that in November we take our country back? Well, good afternoon, everyone. What an honor and a privilege to be here with each and every one of you. So thankful for you, certainly to President Renfro. I appreciate our friendship, our partnership, and his tremendous leadership of this great union. President Renfro was one of the great union leaders this side of heaven, and I really appreciate his incredible service. To my fellow New Yorkers, and I ain't never had an escort committee like that before. So I'm so thankful for them and to the executive board and to each and every one of you. What an honor and a privilege to be here with all of you at this great convention. So thankful for the work that all of you do. I'm someone, of course, who was raised in a working class neighborhood in central Brooklyn. Grew up in a union household. Both my parents, public employees throughout their entire career. And so I feel right at home with all of you. Your values are our values, and my values are your values. And we're going to continue to stand up for letter carriers today, stand up for letter carriers tomorrow, stand up for letter carriers forever. That's what House Democrats will continue to do. Now, in addition to growing up in a working class neighborhood, growing up in a union household, my mother raised us in the Cornerstone Baptist Church. And we would go to church, Sunday school, every single Sunday. I'm thankful for it now, but every single Sunday, week after week, month after month, year after year, raised in Sunday school in the Cornerstone Baptist Church. And as my younger brother and I thought about it later on in life, because of the frequency of how often we'd be going to Sunday school, we used to think that we were mail carriers for the Lord. Y'all know why? Because it didn't matter if it was raining, snowing, sleeting, or hailing. If it was Sunday morning, we were going to church. But what an incredible thing that when the country, my younger brother and I, but when the country thinks about hard work, thinks about dedication, thinks about perseverance, thinks about overcoming obstacles, whatever they may be, people think about all of you and letter carriers across the nation. That's what the letter carriers are all about. Postal workers are all about hard work and dedication and perseverance. And of course, we know that the Postal Service, it's an iconic institution, one of the only institutions ever mentioned in the United States Constitution and was always thought of as central to the growth and development of our nation. And so the Postal Service, this institution that you all serve so incredibly well, in my view, postal workers are just as American as motherhood, baseball, and apple pie. That's what you all represent. Interesting, of course, that Ben Franklin was the first Postmaster General, one of the leading founding fathers, framers of the Constitution, first Postmaster General. I think it's kind of ironic, however, we went from Ben Franklin to the waste management guy. What a perfect analogy for this administration right now. But it doesn't matter who's at the top. The heart and soul of the Postal Service are represented by each and every one of you. And that's why we'll continue. And I'm so thankful for your work. Now, these are challenging times as we navigate this environment, unprecedented extremism being unleashed on the American people. But through all of these challenges, I'm so thankful for the work that we've been able to do together, notwithstanding how difficult things have been from COVID the last few years and what's unfolded over the last year or two, and certainly in Washington, D.C. But together, we were able to pass and have signed into law the Postal Service Reform Act of 2022 to make sure we protect your pension and protect your health care at all times. And then together, in 2024, we were able to pass and have signed into law, again by President Joe Biden, the Social Security Fairness Act to protect your earned benefits. And notwithstanding all of the challenges that we confront right now, together we're going to make sure that we pass legislation to end the workplace violence that you all have experienced and make sure at all times letter carriers are treated with the dignity and respect that you deserve. At all times. So we look forward to that continued work together. We also know in this environment, big challenges in the United States of America, unprecedented extremism, an administration that promised to lower costs on day one. Costs haven't gone down, costs have gone up. And life in this country right now is far too expensive. There are too many people, like all of you, working hard, playing by the rules, difficult to thrive, and in many instances can barely survive. Life is too expensive in the United States of America, and we believe that in this great country of ours, when you work hard and play by the rules, like all of you do, you should be able to live an affordable life, live a comfortable life, and live the good life. Can I break that down? Good paying job, good housing, good health care, a good education for your children, and when it's all said and done, a good retirement. That's what this union fights for. That's what we're going to fight for. And that, of course, means at all times we're going to make sure these MAGA extremists keep their hands off your Social Security and your Medicare. Work hard, play by the rules, and live the good life. And no movement has done more to make sure that that quintessential American dream has been brought to life than the men and women of organized labor. And we will continue as House Democrats to stand with you, push back against the attacks on unions. And when we get control of the gavels, to protect the right to organize at all times. We also believe in America, the wealthiest country in the history of the world, that health care can't simply be a privilege available only to the wealthy, the well-off, and the well-connected. Access to high-quality and affordable health care must be a right available to every single American. And we're committed to working to make sure that that happens. And lastly, we're focused on making sure that we deal with the corruption that has been unloaded on the American people in such an unprecedented way. Because when you've got folks in high office, including the highest office in the land, unleashing unprecedented corruption on the American people, if folks are too focused on enriching themselves, their family members, their friends, and their donors, then they're not focused on making your life better. And so, beginning on day one, when House Democrats get the gavels, we're going to hold the crooks accountable. Beginning on day one. And deliver to you a government of the people, by the people, and for the people. That's what you all deserve. And you're the best of America in that regard. So House Democrats are going to fight for an affordable America. We're going to fight to lower the high costs of groceries, gas, and housing. We're going to fight to make sure affordable health care is available to every single American. We're going to fight to get ICE under control. And we're going to fight to end this reckless war of choice over in the Middle East and stop spending money over there so we can spend money over here to make your life more affordable. And we know that there's an attack on our democracy, an attack on the Postal Service in that regard. We're going to protect the right for everyday Americans to vote in whatever way possible, including voting by mail. And we're thankful for the important work that you do in that regard, which is why one of our big priorities in protecting the right for every American to vote in whatever way that that state chooses is most appropriate. That when we get the gavels in the next Congress, one of our top priorities will be to pass the John Robert Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act so we can end the era of voter suppression in the United States of America once and for all. Thank you for your work in that regard. Let me close by just offering a word of encouragement that comes from some words that the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once offered during the early days of the Civil Rights Movement, which of course began in December of 1955. A few months after that, in March of 1956, Dr. King went to Brooklyn to speak to a gathering of folks, hundreds if not thousands of folks, people of goodwill, who wanted to figure out how they could help change the direction in the United States of America. In the face of all of the oppression and segregation and brutal Jim Crow-like tactics, there were a lot of folks who were skeptical about the ability of the then early movement for civil rights to be successful. But Dr. King said to them that no matter what the obstacles were, it was important to at all times press on and keep pressing. That's what Dr. King said. And then he told that gathering that if you can't fly, run. If you can't run, walk. If you can't walk, crawl. But at all times, press on and keep pressing. And so, I just stopped by to tell you all, in addition to thanking you for the incredible work that you do, the service that you provide to more than 330 million Americans all across this great country, that at this moment in time, we've got to press on and keep pressing. Press on for our children. Press on for our seniors. Press on for our veterans. Press on for our farmers. Press on for our dreamers. Press on for our unions. Press on for working class folks. Press on for the middle class. Press on for the poor. Press on for the sick. Press on for the afflicted. Press on for the least. Press on for the lost. Press on for the left behind. Press on for civil rights. Press on for voting rights. Press on for health care rights. Press on for reproductive rights. Press on for immigration rights. Press on for social justice. Press on for racial justice. Press on for economic justice. Press on for freedom. Press on for democracy. Press on for civil service. Press on until victory is won. God bless you.
Great job, man. Well done. I got something for you. All right, come forward.
Okay, you're all standing. I want everyone to turn and face the back of the hall for a second. See all those blue shirts?
Yeah.
That's everybody that participates in the Letter Carrier Political Fund that are all in this fight together. And we have a Letter Carrier Political Fund shirt for you.
All right.
And you might remember this tradition we have of a letter carrier cheer. You ready? Yeah. How about a letter carrier cheer for Democratic leader Hakeem Jeffries? Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Awesome. Great job, buddy. Brothers and sisters, please remain in your seats. Beginning on Monday and several times this morning, we had requests for collection to pass the hat, so to speak, for our brothers and sisters, some of which have been lost, some of which have been injured and suffered various hardships. Rule 26 and the rules that this convention has adopted cover the process and how this works. So we are going to make that collection shortly. So I would ask you to remain in the hall, would ask the tellers to come up to the desk next to the stage. The tellers will come around and pass the hat, so to speak. We also will display a QR code on the screen if you wish to utilize.
I have individual sheets too to pass down the aisle.
Brother Weiner also has individual sheets to pass down the aisle. If that is necessary, you may pay using Venmo. As a reminder, a motion has been made and adopted by the body for the National Union to match whatever the total contribution collected is. So dig deep in your pockets. If there's nothing in your pockets, ask your neighbor. Let's do what we are able to help out our brothers and sisters and their families that have suffered tragedy. Huh? Just Venmo. If you want to use something else, find somebody that's got a pocket full of cash and send it to them. And all right, while the tellers are getting ready, we will hit a couple of microphones. Brothers and sisters, here very quickly, we are going to have to get into national agreement resolutions. There are 79 of them printed in your book. There are more that are not printed in your book. So we have a lot of work yet to do. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Hello, Brian.
Hey,
Craig Bishop, Branch 133, Sacramento, California. How you doing this morning or afternoon?
I'm doing just fine for someone that's been standing in one place for most of all this day. Thank you, brother.
If you'll indulge me, I have 2 brief, by my standards, comments I'd like to make. First being, very fortunately, this being the first convention we've had since the Postal Service Health Benefit Program went into place. Very fortunate we don't have to have a lot of discussion on it. Evidently, it seems to be working out. But as anything that the Postal Service touches, when it first rolled out, we had some bumps in the road. And I'll tell you, I had a lot of my members, quite a large handful, reaching out to me 2, 3 o'clock in the afternoon Pacific time. Too late to get a hold of the plan to talk to anybody. So I went ahead and emailed Stephanie Stewart, our health benefits director, hoping that the next morning she would get back to me and help us get things worked out. As it were, she got back to me almost immediately after I sent the email, took the names and numbers of all my members that were having troubles, contacted each one of those before it got too late to the evening to contact them, and got all their problems resolved. Since then, anytime I have after-hours things from us, I just contact her direct, a little bit piggish there, but every single time Stephanie has stepped up, addressed my concerns, and took care of the problems, and I think I really appreciate her, and we really have a jewel there. And if you're going to indulge me for the second comment, I would like to say we have a delegate within us here from a past president, I believe, from Branch 2502, Las Vegas, Nevada. And generations of letter carriers know him and his wife, Jerry and Linda Penn. I don't know that a lot of people know them by that name, but a lot of them will recognize them by the guy from Las Vegas that shows up everywhere and sells us nice shirts and other items. Jerry and his wife are getting to the age where they've decided to slow down, and they're going to seize this, and that just hurts me bad. They're just part of my whole history of going places, and I love both of them, and I was hoping we could have a letter carrier cheer for Jerry and Linda, even though she's not in attendance here.
Absolutely, brother.
Thank you.
I will believe it when I see it of Brother Penn slowing down, but I'll take your word for it. How about a letter carrier cheer for the Penns? Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Hip, hip. Hooray! Thank you, brother. Andy, you need me to tell them anything?
And you don't have Venmo? They're out there collecting already, Brian.
Okay. The tellers are out there collecting. If you need the QR code, there's some floating around in the hall. Just ask your teller.
You Venmo man?
Yeah,
Cash man.
I am today.
There you go. Here's the paper.
Thank you. I now have 2 copies of the Venmo barcode from Brother Weiner. I promise you, Brother Weiner, as soon as I have a couple of minutes to do something other than chair the convention, which might not happen for a while, I will certainly contribute in a very generous way. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Sean Galbraith, Branch 183, Santa Rosa. It is my honor to move that we make Mr. Jeffries an honorary letter carrier.
Thank you, brother. I'm not sure if we can make him an honorary letter carrier, but I would assume, brother, you would be an honorary member of the NALC. How's that?
How about that?
Okay. Is there a second? Microphone number 6, underprivileged.
I just had a question.
All right, brother. Hold tight. We got a motion. We'll only be recognized for the purposes of offering a second. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
John Hufancha, Branch 348, Eureka, Humboldt County, California. I wholeheartedly second this motion.
Thank you, brother. Motion has been made and seconded to make Leader Hakeem Jeffries an honorary member of the NALC. Is there any discussion? The mics that are lit up under privilege, if your reasoning or what you wish to speak on does not relate to the motion in front of the body, I would ask you temporarily to take your button off the finger. Take your finger off the button, that'll work too. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Yeah, it's, Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. Just point of reference, Mr. President, on July 25th, 2014 in Philadelphia, Hillary came to our convention and we did in fact make her an honorary letter carrier.
Okay, thank you, brother. Microphone number 7, under information.
Sorry, this was supposed to be against. The signs are wrong.
Okay, before we recognize you for against, let me offer to the maker of the motion the opportunity to speak if he wishes in support of his motion. Not necessary or required, but I want to be sure you had the opportunity. And then we would move to any debate in opposition to the motion. Microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Once again, Sean Galbraith, 183. It is clear we are under attack by a specific political party, whether we like to admit it or not. It is clear that Mr. Jeffries is not among that party. That other party in many ways has attacked us. I believe Mr. Jeffries has displayed that he will back us. I think it's the least we can do.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2, underprivileged.
Kenny Montgomery, Vice President of the New York State Association. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. Question has been called for. Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin, second.
Thank you, brother. Question has been called for and seconded. We will now vote on whether to proceed on the motion to make Leader Hakeem Jeffries an honorary member of the NALC. All those in favor of the motion, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, with more than a 2/3 majority voting in the affirmative. There will be no further debate on the motion. We will now proceed to voting on the motion itself. The motion is to make Leader Hakeem Jeffries an honorary member of the NALC. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion passes. I will be very happy, and I'm sure he will be very happy, to inform him that the body has chosen to do this. Microphone number 8, underprivileged.
Oh, okay. Good afternoon, Brian. Greg Andrajic. I'm from the great branch of Alan L. Stewart, 500 out of Harrisburg, PA. For the last 4 days, we've been running a raffle for MDA for 2 crocheted blankets that my wife had made. And I'd like to thank the members in here and family and anybody else that bought tickets. We have pulled the tickets. Our outstanding national business agent, Brian, he pulled our tickets, and I would like to let you know who the winners are. The first blanket, which was the one with the gold logo, which is similar to the one on stage, was ticket number 3320004. The name on the back of the ticket was Amanda from Branch 88. The second blanket with the white logo was ticket number 3320754. The name on the back of the ticket was Karen Cordova. If you are either of you are in the hall right now, you can meet me out at the table to collect your winnings. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. If the body will allow me to deviate from my standard adopted role.
Yes, sir, brother. You have performed admirably. You are due the consideration of the body to allow such deviation as you've requested.
I would like to call our attention to the fact that we have 45 printed resolutions left in our books. Thus far, during our convention, we have discussed and taken action upon 28. With that in mind, I call for the orders of the day.
Thank you, brother. While there is no official agenda other than what is, of course, required by the NALC Constitution, there would be nothing officially that could be done, but with the spirit of your comments, I assure you that very shortly we are going to start going on national agreement resolutions, and you are unlikely to find anyone that feels more strongly about the need to do that than me. So we are going to, I will get microphone number 6 under information, and then we are going into national agreement resolutions. Thank you, brother. Microphone number 6, rise under information.
Thank you, Brother Renfro. Name's Homer Hernandez, branch president of 421 San Antonio. I had a question. I've never seen a bill be put up to remove management's bonuses. This is a first, very unique. What are we doing to make sure it passes? It probably would eliminate a lot of harassment in the workplace, because that's what they do a lot just to get them bonuses, any level 20 and beyond. It's time to remove their bonuses so they can act correctly.
Thank you, brother. Given any opportunity to advance the legislation that the brother referenced, NALC would be in support of doing that. To be very frank with the body, under the current leadership and the makeup of Congress, There's going to be almost no opportunity to do that. I say almost just to leave. I guess it's possible, but the possibility is basically zero. But as Leader Jeffries referenced, that could change next year when hopefully he is the Speaker of the House of Representatives, and we will continue to monitor that legislation going forward.
Well, brother, I believe that if you asked each and every one of our members in here to start making some phone calls to their senators and congressmen, maybe we can make a difference. Appreciate you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
It is regarding a national agreement resolution, if we are ready.
Well, sister, you are absolutely proper to rise for such reason, underprivileged. Please go ahead.
Kim Batson, Branch 1104, Vancouver, Washington, and first-time delegate. Thank you.
We're glad you're here.
I'm a little nervous, but we're going to go ahead.
Okay.
The language before the delegation does not properly reflect our intent, and we will do that work locally and revisit the issue at a later time. In order to save time, we wish to withdraw National Agreement Resolution 45 as makers of the resolution.
Thank you, sister. You did an outstanding job. National Agreement Resolution 45 is withdrawn. Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Tony Vaughn, Branch 176. I'd like to make a motion that the delegates assemble accept all the approved by the recommendation of the Executive Board, all the approved in block.
Thank you, brother. Such a motion was considered and adopted by the body yesterday, so all of the resolutions that are in the resolutions book, general, legislative, and national agreement, have at this point been previously, all the resolutions where the Executive Council recommended approval have been previously approved. Thank you, brother. Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Mario M. Spampanato from Branch 114, Duluth, Minnesota. We would like to retract resolution number 35. Resolution number 33, which was already approved, is a much better laid out one, so it's redundant and not needed at this point.
Thank you, brother. National Agreement Resolution 35 has been withdrawn. The other resolution that was referenced, you will hear in the Executive Council's report something to that effect about other resolutions. This will not only in the withdrawal of that resolution, but also in the consideration of other national agreement resolutions will make the process much cleaner. Thank you, brother. Anyone else? Any other mics? Seeing none, we will start with National Agreement Resolution number 1, which has been previously approved. We'll move to National Agreement Resolution 2. Executive Vice President Paul Barner.
Good afternoon. National Agreement Resolution 2, which is found on pages 19 and 20. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker of the resolution would amend the resolution, deleting the second resolve, making the resolution read, resolved that the National Association of Letter Carriers negotiate with the United States Post Service to amend Article 6A, 3A to read that a non-protective employee achieves protected status upon completion of 6 years of federal and/or postal years of service, including time spent in a non-career status. Then the recommendation of the Executive Council would change to one of approval.
The maker of the resolution, microphone number 3, underprivileged.
Eric Ellis, Fresno Branch 231. I'm amenable to the changes.
Thank you, brother. The resolution is amended. The Executive Council's recommendation is changed to one of approval. The resolution is now approved. National Agreement Resolution number 3, Brother Barner.
National Agreement Resolution 3, found on pages 20 and 21. The Executive Council recommendation is one of disapproval. The resolution seeks to move the city carrier assistant cap from the district level to the installation level. This can create issues in offices depending on the size and number of employees. For instance, an office with 5 full-time carrier employees would not be permitted to hire a single CCA, or they would exceed the 15% cap. Additionally, if the CCA cap is to be established at the installation level, Article 7, Section 1C2, and Memorandum of Understanding, RE Sunday Delivery, City Carrier Assistant Staffing would also need to be updated. The Executive Council believes it would be beneficial to bargain for an installation cap that incorporates all these factors. However, this resolution as written should be disapproved.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 2 under privilege.
George Mangle, New York State President. I'd like to relinquish my time to Branch 6000. That was the original maker.
Thank you, brother.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Brian.
Hey, Charlie.
Charlie Smith, First Vice President, Long Island Merge, Branch 6000. I rise today against the committee's recommendation of disapproval on the Long Island, New York 2 region is placing the CCAs randomly without regard to the office's need. In one office in particular, it has only 2.5 routes. They hired 6 CCAs. With the new employee retention program, which is a great program, it causes a problem. The CCAs cannot be loaned out until the offices for the first 8 weeks. This overhiring results in CCAs not getting any hours. In some other offices, they're only working 1 to 2 days a week. This is causing the CCAs to resign to lack of work. No one takes a job not to work. In our area, we have seen an increase in the percentage of resignations by the new employees because of the NERF program. They're resigning even higher. Now, this causes the post office to have to hire new employees, and then it costs them more money because with hiring them, then we have to do more training. They got to do training for the new employees to replace the people that are resigning because they're not getting any work. You know, going to orientation, carrier academy, the on-the-job trainers for these replacement carriers, and the driver training. This is all increased to the post office that's wasting money. All right. I just lost my place. Sorry about that. Let's see. This resolution is a win-win for everyone. By lowering the percentage based on office complement, instead of by having a higher percentage, we would have a higher percentage rate. The post office would save money by having a higher percentage of the CCA staying with us, and also they could eventually become a career employee and enjoy the benefits that we get as career employees. Okay? The post office is losing all this money, and they need help. And this is just wasting money and making making more money. If they change this so that we can actually keep a percentage or at least loan them out during that 8-week scenario, the post office would save money, the people would be working, and we'd have a better understanding of actually down the road, maybe with the post office saving this money, that we'd actually get higher wages for everybody involved. For those reasons, I am asking this delegation to vote against the committee's recommendation of disapproval.
Thank you, Charlie. Microphone number 6 under information.
Dylan Maxey, Branch 3688. I would like to inquire if the council would consider changing their opinion from disapproved to approved if there was added a provision of a minimum complement for an installation.
Potentially, it would depend on what that language said, what the minimum was, and so on and so forth.
Okay.
But I will say, to be fair, just the simple addition of that language would not do it. It would likely require some changes to the language as the resolution is written, as Brother Barner laid out in his report.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Microphone number 4 to speak for the Executive Council's recommendation.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, Galesburg, Illinois. I represent several small offices. And when I say small, I mean they have one regular. As it stands, this resolution, and I recognize the brother's complaint about overhiring in large offices. It's a serious problem. But this resolution, as written, would mean there would be no CCAs in those small offices. And anytime that regular was sick, went on vacation, the customers would receive no mail, no packages, and it would encourage management to go out and deliver said mail, said packages, and create additional violations of the national agreement. As such, as it's written, we have to follow the Executive Council's recommendation here. It is too limited of a resolution. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 9, you rise against the recommendation of the Executive Council.
Yes, sir. My name is Pat Riley, Branch 6119, Metairie, LaPlace, Louisiana, home of the 2009 Super Bowl champs, New Orleans Saints.
Who dat?
I rise against, I'm also the JLT NERP coordinator for the Louisiana district. And my reasons to stand up against are there are no rhyme and reason where how management dictates what gets hired. Such as some stations will have 40 CCAs and you go to one town over and they're short 2. So there has to be some kind of implementation to where they can hire what they need.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 5, underprivileged.
John Poskin, Branch 4016. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. We need a second. Microphone number 6, underprivileged.
Yeah, Doug Bothan, Branch Alamo, Branch 421. I second the question. Thank you.
Thank you, brother. If I'm not mistaken, that would be your first second. I'm sorry, you are not demoted. It's not my intent. The question has been called for and seconded. The question would be on the Executive Council's recommendation on National Agreement Resolution 3. We are voting on whether to proceed to the question. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. More than a 2/3 majority have voted in the affirmative. We will now move to vote on the recommendation of the Executive Council of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 3. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 3, say aye. Aye. Those opposed, say no. No. Well, let's do a quick division just to be sure. It's important to get this right. That's why the tellers have worked so much, we almost gave them a raise. Everyone, all those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 3, please stand. Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 3, please stand. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. New York, you're loud. I mean that as a compliment. National Agreement Resolution 4 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 5 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 6 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 7 is previously approved. Before we get to National Agreement Resolution 8, before we begin discussion and consideration of National Agreement Resolution 8, would the maker of the motion come to a mic? Before I even ask the question, I want to inform the delegates of why I'm going to ask this question. We discussed this as a council. One particular paragraph, the last paragraph of the last resolved, the question is about the intent of the language. We, as a council, think that the intent of the language might be something that is a previously approved resolution, not in this convention, but in past conventions. As you heard Sister Ryan explain about the process this morning, when we receive a resolution where previous conventions have already adopted the same resolution, we send that resolution back with a letter explaining why that is the case. So the maker of National Agreement Resolution 8
Good afternoon, Brian. Joe Morelli, Branch 6000, New York Merge.
Hey, Joe. Okay, the last paragraph.
Yes.
Is the intent to require overtime work to be given to CCAs, PTFs, list PTRs, prior to it be given
No.
to a non-ODL, or is it to give it to them
No.
prior to it be given to a full-time carrier on the ODL? That's the question.
No,
But, Brother Morelli, it might be just more helpful than anything if you just explain from your point of view what the intent is, and then we'll make that determination.
The intent of the resolution would be to include the part-time workforce as consideration as the average when working out 85C. So hypothetically, you would average all those guys out, and that would be one data point against the rest of the ODL. I see, that's why it's not going to work. It would be added to like the overtime administration tool.
Okay, let me draw you specifically to paragraph G once again.
Okay.
Is the idea here to negotiate a change that would require management to give overtime to a full-time carrier prior to giving it to a PTF, CCA, PTR, et cetera?
Brian, I'd like to retract my previous statement. The answer to the question would be yes.
Okay.
Right.
In that case, brother, we have a resolution that has previously been approved in previous conventions. Therefore, the resolution is previously approved. We will return it, send Brother Mangold a letter, as we do with all resolutions that we've received that are previously approved. We just want to be sure that was the intent of that particular passage in the resolution. With that, clarifying the intent, we will return that resolution as we would any other, and the resolution will not need to be considered by the body, as previous conventions have previously approved resolutions that do the same thing, that set our bargaining position in the same way.
Thank you, Brian.
Thank you, brother. Okay, so National Agreement Resolution 8. This is pretty unusual. I don't know how you want to notate it in your book, other than to say this: it is a resolution that had been approved in previous conventions, and therefore it is returned and not considered by the body. Notate that however you wish to do so. With that, National Agreement Resolution number 9 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 10 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 11 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 12 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 13 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 14 is previously approved. James, how far are you supposed to go? Nicole, when did you start? 25. All right. Still James. I think we made up some ground. Okay. We are now on National Agreement Resolution 15. Vice President James Henry. All you got to read is that.
All right, good.
You just start there. I flipped it all the way because there was many.
All right, good to go. Good evening, good afternoon. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. However, if the maker of the resolution is willing to amend the resolution so that it reads, resolve, the NALC negotiate to enable veterans to be paid salary at least equal to their total military monetary compensation at the time they transition from military service, but not exceeding the maximum pay of the position they occupy in the USPS. Then the Executive Council recommendation would change to one of approval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 7, under privilege.
Bobby DeMartin, Branch 34, Boston, Massachusetts.
Hey, Bobby.
I just wanted to speak on this just for a minute, and then I am going to agree to it, but I just want to make sure that people understand that this is a very important issue for our veterans, and it's going to give them more money in their pockets when they come in the door. And it was my privilege to work on it. I was at the bag stuffing the other day, and I got to speak with a plethora of you, and it was a pleasure, and you really gave me the opportunity to hone this into something that we can all accept and we can all be proud of putting forward for our veterans. So yes, I do approve this. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Bobby. Since the brother accepted the Executive Council's suggested changes to the resolution, the recommendation of the Executive Council on National Agreement Resolution 15 is changed to one of approval, and the resolution as amended is adopted. National Agreement Resolution 16 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 17 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 18 was previously approved. Which brings us to National Agreement Resolution 20. Brother Henry.
All right.
In my haste, I apparently did not read the National Agreement Resolution 19 into the record. National Agreement Resolution 19 is previously approved. Now, National Agreement Resolution 20.
Woo! The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution would have the NALC provide stipends to Carriers Academy instructors. Carrier Academy instructors work for the Postal Service, and the NALC should not subsidize wages for the Postal Service. It is the position of the NALC that the Postal Service should pay all trainers, not just Carrier Academy instructors, increased compensation to account for their essential contributions to the workforce. Therefore, the recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. My man Craig.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, you would need to rise under privilege. Microphone number 2. 7, if you're at 7, you would need to push the button. There we go. Microphone number 7, under privilege, is recognized.
Okay.
Hey, Marcy.
Marcy Miller, Centennial Branch 5996, Centennial, Colorado. I am making a motion to withdraw this proposal, this resolution.
Thank you, sister. National Agreement Resolution 20 is withdrawn. National Agreement Resolution 21 is previously approved. We will now move to National Agreement Resolution 22.
See, ooh is for the approval, R is for the disapproval, and O is for the withdrawals. Okay. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The first resolve would adopt the bargaining position of 15% general wage increase over the life of the next national agreement. A flat and arbitrary rate of 15% provides no flexibility in bargaining, as it may not sufficiently account for changes to inflation or the labor market. Additionally, it does not account for varying durations of the next national agreement. It's possible that the 15% increase is not sufficient. The second resolve calls for a $30 per hour baseline for the start of the career employment. National Agreement Resolution number 21, which was approved by the Executive Council, provides for a minimum starting wage of $30. The Executive Council supports the intent of this resolution. However, due to the recommendation of the approval for national agreement, resolution number 21, and the concerns regarding an exact general wage increase, the recommendation is one of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 5, under privilege.
Melissa Rakestraw, Branch 825, Oak Brook, Illinois. I thought maybe the council had disapproved because the number wasn't at least 30%. So it's good to hear the argument that maybe 15% wouldn't be enough. So my question would be, would you consider, if the language was changed to say that the collective bargaining position would be that at least a 15% general wage increase over the life of the next agreement? So 15% would be the baseline. It'd have to be 15% or more.
Sister, we would remain, our recommendation would remain disapproval, primarily because that number, which the council believes, as Brother Henry stated, is arbitrary, if it was adopted as an official bargaining position of the union, that those in future collective bargaining might be in a position that in order to achieve that, they may have to compromise in other pieces of the economic package. The one that would be most common is COLAs. So we believe that it is best not to put an arbitrary number, even as a minimum, because it puts us in potentially in a bargaining position where the Postal Service has some leverage, because we are attempting to reach a certain number on general wage increases that could actually overall be less than the entire economic package. And as we all know, there are value to the other pieces. For example, the COLA, while certainly that covers us with dollars in our pocket twice a year when we get that COLA increase, when we look forward 20 years into the future, just as we look back over the last 50 plus years, that COLA carries tremendous value in every round of bargaining. Over half of the wage increases for letter carriers since 1971 have come through the COLA provision. I just believe this would jeopardize potentially our ability to have total flexibility to negotiate the overall best economic package.
Okay, so I would like to make a motion to amend the resolution to state that it's the official collective bargaining position of no less than a 15% general wage increase as the baseline, because I hear your argument from the chair that it could possibly impact other things, but this is just the bargaining position. It wouldn't mean that that would be the final decision.
Okay, thank you, sister. Sister, in terms of offering an amendment, and you did this to some degree, but just so we're clear, what would be the actual language that you would propose to strike, add, et cetera, from the resolves?
So on the resolve, it would say, where it currently says, adopt as its official collective bargaining position, add in at least,
okay.
And then it would
Simply
continue
at least.
15% general
Gotcha.
wage.
Okay, is there a second to the sister's motion to amend? We need to rise under privilege. Microphone number 1, do you rise under privilege?
I do. Michael Rivera,
brother.
Branch 70, San Diego. I second it.
Thank you, brother. So the motion is to amend the first resolve to insert the words at least. Should be pretty easily understood. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Not on the larger resolution, but only on the amendment. Okay, seeing none, any objection to proceeding to the question on the amendment? Hearing none, we will move to the question on the amendment. The question is whether to adopt an amendment to National Agreement Resolution 22 in the first resolve to insert the words at least in the first resolve. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The opinion of the chair, the noes have it. So the resolution, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for on National Agreement Resolution 22. The text of National Agreement Resolution 22 remains as printed in your book with the result of the vote that we just had on the amendment. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I second.
Thank you, brother. We're back to normalcy. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation on National Agreement Resolution 22, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. Opinion of the chair, the ayes have it with more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative. We will now move to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 22. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 22, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. Okay, National Agreement Resolution 23 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 24 is previously approved. We will now move to National Agreement Resolution 25. Secretary Treasurer Nicole Ryan.
Yes. And you may have heard this before. The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. Similar resolutions were debated and rejected by delegates to the 49th, 51st, 57th, 58th, 60th, 61st, 62nd, 63rd, 65th, 69th, 71st, 72nd, and 73rd National Conventions. Although we welcome an open debate on all issues related to wages and benefits, there is no evidence that the overall membership has changed its views on this issue, and we urge this convention to disapprove of it.
Thank you, sister. The maker of the resolution, microphone number 7, before I begin your time, Bobby, I know that an amendment was submitted in writing to this resolution. After reviewing it, it's fairly extensive. I think it may be better treated as a new and separate resolution. Of course, that is your call. If you did choose to treat it as a new and separate resolution, we would put it on the end so the text could be placed on the screen.
I'd like it on the screen, and when would that take place, Brian?
Being that it's 3:20, even though we're making pretty good progress, almost certainly that would be sometime tomorrow.
I would choose to move forward now, because it's not that extensive. It is only a change to the resolved.
Okay, brother, you're going to have to describe it because I don't have any ability at this point in time to put the...
How about if I read it?
All right, well, Bobby,
Sure, go ahead.
First thing you're going to have to do is move to amend the resolution. Then we would need a second. We would have to vote on it. So you are currently recognized under privilege. You may do that.
I appreciate that. Brian, I move because of the success of Resolution 6 under the legislative. We are now looking to amend this Resolution 25 to couple it with that and to make it stronger. So I asking to amend this resolution only the resolved.
Okay, brother, you're going to have to state your amendment.
I will.
Okay.
Resolved that alongside the legislative resolution 6, the NALC national officers are authorized to negotiate any legal permissible collective bargaining mechanism under Article 9 to establish a 48-state cost of living allowance program for high-cost areas without ever diminishing our uniform national pay table, period.
Okay, brother, I believe what you have raised, or what you're proposing to do, is substitute remove the entire resolve as written on National Agreement Resolution 25 and substitute a new resolve. Is that accurate?
That is correct because of the success of 6.
Okay. A substitution is different than an amendment. Let me confer with the parliamentarian about what process would be necessary. This is the first time I can remember something that must be characterized in that way brought up. Give me just a second.
Certainly.
Yeah. So, because we're doing what's been proposed by Brother DeMont is a complete substitution of language. First off, there's a very long and complicated process in Robert's Rules of Order of how to deal with that. I don't even know what it is. I mean, I'll find out if I have to. However, I think maybe more importantly, in my view, I think it's a little unfair to all the delegates to have to consider really an entire paragraph of language without seeing it. So I would strongly encourage the brother and the makers of the resolution to submit what you are suggesting to substitute for the resolve that's printed in the book. We can accept it as a new resolution. It will be considered by this body. It will be put up on the screen. If it will be put up on the screen in any scenario, but the Executive Council, of course, if it's submitted as a new resolution, would discuss it and make a recommendation.
Understood. Seeing that this is the only way to have it heard, I agree.
Thank you, brother.
You got it, brother.
Brother DeMonton, given that we will, if you could come back to the mic, please.
That's unusual.
Sorry, Bobby. Yeah.
That's okay.
Yeah, you're not used to me doing that.
No, not at all.
All right. Given that we will consider what was provided as a new resolution, the body must still determine disposition of National Agreement Resolution 25. If you, based on the comments that you made, we would put the new resolution together with the whereas, all of the whereas that are included in National Agreement Resolution 25, with this language as the resolve. Given that, would you be willing to withdraw, or we must find some disposition for National Agreement Resolution 25?
Brian, as you know, this is the only way to do it.
You're going to withdraw
it. There's no other way to do it.
Okay. Thank you, brother.
Thank you.
National Agreement Resolution 25 is withdrawn. As I stated, we will take the language that the brother proposed as a substitute language. It would just be a new resolution that we will consider put on the screen more than likely tomorrow. National Agreement Resolution 26 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 27 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 28 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 29 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 30 is previously approved. Now we get to National Agreement Resolution 31. Sister Ryan, hang on. Microphone, before we do that, microphone number 4 under information.
Al Floyd, branch 351, Olympia, Washington. On the information, resolution number 15, what language change, what was stricken out to make it approved?
Yes.
So he took that bottom one out.
Yep.
And then what about this other, that other stuff?
Everything that's scribbled out is gone.
That'll work. Got it cleared up, that's all right.
Okay, I was about to tell you. You want me to tell you anyway since I've got it? Okay. This is National Agreement Resolution 15. This is a resolution that was amended and the Executive Council changed the recommendation. In the resolve, the words NALC negotiate remain. Then we would strike with the USPS, comma, other postal unions, comma, the federal government, comma, and its agencies. Continuing to remain would be to enable veterans and all the way down till you see USPS and then a comma near the end. The sentence would end after USPS, where USPS appears a second time in the resolution toward the bottom. The words encompassing base pay, benefits, standard allowances, and refleeting current military wages, reflecting, not refleeting. My strike through looked like made the E look like a C. Those words would all be struck. Everybody clear? Okay, we will resume with National Agreement Resolution 31. Sister Ryan.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. In the whereas section of this resolution, it states that full-time regulars transferring to offices with PTFs lose their status as full-time regulars, and that they go to the bottom of the seniority list at the receiving office. The resolve calls to eliminate the conversion ratio requirement for carriers transferring into offices with PTFs, but no CCAs. However, eliminating the ratio does not impact seniority. Even if there was no ratio, an employee voluntarily transferring would start at the bottom of the seniority list. If this was not the case, some employees at the receiving office could be bypassed and negatively impacted on all seniority aspects, such as biddings and hold downs.
The maker of the resolution, just hold the button, brother. You're good. National, good. Microphone number 4 under privilege.
I'm Dave Golding, branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. I am the maker. The purpose of this resolution is to not make people wait to transfer in, because currently what we have is people who are already full-time regulars having to wait for 5 people to get converted to regular before even having the chance to go to the back of the line. If they're already having to go back to the back of the line as PTF, then I don't really see the point in making them wait. And that's what this is intended to resolve.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2 under privilege.
Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421. I call for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Question. Is there a second to the call for the question? Oh, we have put Mr. Second Question in conflict. Is there a second for the call for the question? Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 5 under privilege.
Sean Galbraith, 183 Santa Rosa, second.
Thank you, brother. Question has been called for and seconded. We will vote on whether to proceed to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation on National Agreement Resolution 31. All those in favor of proceeding to the question signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. That was kind of close. Let's do it again. All those in, remember, this is a 2/3 majority vote. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on National Agreement Resolution 31, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it, with more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative. We will move to the question. Brother, microphone number 2 under information.
Thank you, Brian. Steve Olander, Branch 3, Buffalo, Western New York. I just had a point of clarification. Is the purpose behind the council's recommendation of disapproval because the whereas that the sister mentioned is not addressed in the resolved, and is that the council's issue with it?
I was asking for parliamentary reasons because we've already chosen to proceed to the question, but I will answer your question. Brother, would you restate it if you don't mind?
No problem. The question is the reason for the council's recommendation of disapproval because that specific whereas is not addressed in the resolve? And furthermore, were that whereas to be removed or addressed by the resolve, would the council then change their recommendation?
Potentially.
Okay.
But the question's already been called for to move to the vote. I will say if someone wanted to, I'm certainly not committing to what the recommendation would be. If someone wanted to submit a resolution to that effect, as you suggested, that would be perfectly fine, and the body could consider it more than likely tomorrow.
Thank you.
Thank you, brother. Okay, the question has been called for. You have approved the call. You have approved to proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 31. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. No. The ayes have it. What number is that? Okay. National Agreement Resolution 32 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 33 is previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 34 is previously approved. Let's see what kind of sound you make for this. National Agreement Resolution 35 has been withdrawn. Same noise. National Agreement Resolution 36 is previously approved. We'll now move to National Agreement Resolution 37. Here. Sister Ryan.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. The second resolve asks to make any case older than 14 days at Step B an automatic impasse. This change would simply move the backlog of cases from Step B to arbitration. Our opportunity to hear and resolve cases at arbitration is less than it is at Step B. The availability of full-time Step B representatives across the country and on the Postal Service's dime far exceeds the available hearing dates from the arbitration panels. Additionally, the cost of arbitration is far greater than that of Step B and would conflict with the longstanding principle of resolving grievances at the lowest possible level.
Okay. The maker of the resolution, microphone number 4 under privilege.
John Sins, Montana State Association. The State Association would like to withdraw the resolution in light of the approval of resolutions 36 and 40. We believe that that covers the intent of this one.
Thank you, brother. National Agreement Resolution 38 is previously approved. We'll now move to National Agreement Resolution 39. Sister Ryan.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. Memorandum of Understanding, RE, Article 15, Dispute Resolution Process, Step B Team Procedures, establishes the procedures for the Step B teams. Any issue with the dispute resolution process, including possible issues due to unilateral communication with the dispute resolution teams, should be reported to the National Business Agent for resolution. Step B decisions are supposed to be educational. As such, communication with dispute resolution team members can serve to clarify decisions and help resolve issues at the lowest level. For these reasons, the recommendation is one of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution. We need to rise under privilege. Microphone number 7 under privilege.
Charles Kircham, Branch 1123, Lawton, Oklahoma. The intent of the motion was to prevent unilateral contact before a resolve or a decision is rendered, which is where is occurring in Oklahoma. Management won't meet at Formal A, or they do meet at Formal A, and then they try to add additional contentions by just looking up the Step B team's email address, and they don't include the union Formal A, or make up stories that the union refused to meet. So that was the intent. I'd be open to adding any clarification if needed, but the intent after a decision was not the intent.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 8 under privilege.
Yes, Mr. President. Keith Salasco, Branch 758, Wyandotte, Michigan. I call for the question.
Thank you, brother. The question's been called for. Microphone number 9 under privilege.
Bill Heller, Branch 419, Knoxville. I second.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for and seconded. We will now vote on whether to proceed to the question on the Executive Council's recommendation on National Agreement Resolution 39. All those in favor of proceeding to the question, please signify by saying aye. Aye. All those opposed say no. The ayes have it, more than 2/3 voting in the affirmative. We will now move to vote on the recommendation of the Executive Council of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 39. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 39, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. National Agreement Resolution 40 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 41, Sister Ryan. There you go.
The recommendation of the Executive Council was one of disapproval. All union Step B members are selected for their experience and qualifications and undergo the same comprehensive training and certification program. All Step B members are monitored for their workload, resolution rate, and educational value of their decisions. When the need arises, members are relieved of their duties at Step B. Although most Step B decisions are decided by members of that region, there are situations where the only available teams are in a different region. Moving cases to another team to expedite a decision is more important than who decided the case. Additionally, this resolution would prevent the functioning of Step B teams in regions with an appointed national business agent, which is currently the situations in Regions 1 and 4, which together cover California, Hawaii, Nevada, Guam, Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. This resolution would place additional restrictions on Step B teams and lead to longer processing times. The second resolve would require Step B members to attend RAP sessions and conventions within their region. This is problematic as each state convention is subject to its own bylaws, specifically the election of delegates from the branches. There could also be a financial impact on the Step B members' branch when they attend conventions and RAP sessions. This resolution could be at odds with branch and state association bylaws. Therefore, the Executive Council urges the delegates to uphold the recommendation of disapproval.
Okay, the maker of the resolution, microphone number 6 under privilege.
Hello.
Hi.
I still talk. There you go.
You're good.
I am Andrew Quigley. I am from New Jersey, branch 5420. I am in region 12. This problem is not a problem of assigning the proper DRT teams. It's a matter of accountability. I have had a great many problems go up to Step B and come up with the strangest of responses. We've had removals happen with absolutely no communication going back and forth. We had one particular case where after a full summer of overtime problems, we presented a consolidated file of the entire summer. Here we go, here's all the information. And it came back, no, you must split that up. Very well. I met with management, and management refused to meet on each of the split cases. Unusual. Sure, kick it back up. Here's all the information that you asked for the first time, now split up, and management did not meet on any 20 of these cases, and their response was, we're going to take management's contentions even though they didn't sit. I asked my president, what should we do about this? He can't do anything because the person who sits on it, that Step B team, is not in our region. He does not answer to our business agent. He does not answer to our people, and that can't continue to happen. By saying it is not reasonable for them to be around us at RAP sessions, sure, maybe it's a longer drive than they'd like, but maybe they should meet the people they're helping to fire before they do so. I am merely asking that those on the Step B team are accountable to the membership of that region. And I ask each of you here to help me ensure that when an injury to one happens, it is an injury to all and not merely forgotten.
Thank you, brother. Microphone number 2 under privilege.
And with that, I call for the question.
You got to tell us who you are and branch again, brother.
Thank you.
Say it again.
Doug Bothan, Alamo Branch 421.
Thank you, brother.
Call for the
Is there a second to the call for the question? Microphone number 9, underprivileged.
Good afternoon. Stephen Scales, Branch 984, St. Charles, Missouri. I second.
Thank you, brother. The question has been called for and seconded. We will now vote on whether to proceed to the question on national agreement or on the Executive Council's recommendation on National Agreement Resolution 41. All those in favor of proceeding to the question on National Agreement Resolution 41, say aye. All those opposed, no. Let's do it one more time. All those in favor of proceeding to the question, please say aye. Those opposed say no. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. 2/3 majority voting in the affirmative. We will now proceed to the question. The question is on the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 41. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 41, say aye. Aye. All those opposed, say no. Oh, boy. All those in favor of proceeding to the question, excuse me, we already did that. You're gonna cut me a little slack. I've been standing up here a long time. All those in favor of the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 41, please stand. Okay, please be seated. All those opposed to the Executive Council's recommendation of disapproval on National Agreement Resolution 41, please stand. The opinion of the chair, the ayes have it. The recommendation is upheld. Next, we have National Agreement Resolution 42. Sister Ryan.
The recommendation of the Executive Council is one of disapproval. This resolution, which is nearly identical to the previous resolution, seeks to establish hard lines drawn between regions for the purposes of dispute resolution processes. All Union Step B members are selected for their experience and qualifications and undergo the same comprehensive training and certification program. All Step B members are monitored for their workload, resolution rate, and educational value of their decisions. When the need arises, members are relieved of their duties at Step B. Although most Step B decisions are decided by members of that region, there are cases where the only available teams are in a different region. Moving cases to another team to expedite a decision is more important than who decided the case. Additionally, moving cases outside of a region can be a vital asset to avoid or relieve political pressure from a Step B member so they can apply the national agreement without fear of political recourse. Additionally, as written, this resolution would prevent the functioning of Step B teams in a region with an appointed national business agent, which is currently the situation in Regions 1 and 4, which together cover California, Hawaii, Nevada, Guam, Arizona, Arkansas, Colorado, Oklahoma, and Wyoming. This resolution would place additional restrictions on Step B teams and lead to longer processing times. The second resolve would require Step B members to attend RAP sessions and conventions within their region. This is problematic as each state convention is subject to its own bylaws, specifically the election of delegates from the branches. There could also be a financial impact to the Step B members branch when their members attend conventions and rap sessions. This resolution could be at odds with branch and state association bylaws. Therefore, the Executive Council urges the delegates to uphold the recommendation of disapproval.
Thank you, Sister Ryan. The maker of the resolution, microphone number 5, under privilege.
Melissa Rakestraw, Branch 825, Oak Brook, Illinois. So this is a problem that we've had in our region going back to when Fred was president. A lot of the Northern Illinois grievances go to DRT that is outside of our region. And people that are familiar with the grievance process know that DRTs tend to look at regional arbitration decisions to guide them, so they know what their own arbitration panel leans towards on certain issues, which is why we have a whereas in here that Step B members from one region may not be familiar with the arbitration decisions and arbitration panel within the region where the grievance has originated. That's a problem. And we've even had acknowledgement from national leadership in the past that that is an issue. It's no judgment of the Step B teams that they're not good or qualified, but they are going to have a different perspective based on their panel. Now, I would be willing to strike the language in the first resolve where it says a national business agent elected by the members of that region. The intent of that is that it would be your own business agent. It doesn't mean it couldn't be appointed. So I would strike elected by members of that region. I would be willing to withdraw the next resolve, the entire paragraph about attending the regional gatherings. Then in the last resolve, we want to keep the fact that we would activate backups in our own region to handle our overflow. And then ultimately, we are asking that our national president address this issue with postal management until the issue is resolved in alignment with the requirements that are stated herein. So it would be something where we're actually trying to make progress on this issue, because for too long we've had this to be a continuing issue, and I know it's not just our region. So I would like to make a motion to strike that language I mentioned before in the first resolve that is elected by members of that region, and then take out the entire paragraph of the second paragraph resolve.
Thank you, sister. Are you making the motion?
So I'm making the motion to amend first.
Okay. Maybe for the sake of process here, I can tell you, should that motion pass, should that amendment pass, that motion to amend, what the Executive Council recommendation would result. That would get a lot closer for us. It would, of course, address some of the issues. I think ultimately, the only issue that would be remaining that would prevent the council from changing our recommendation is the council believes that there must be some avenue in an extreme circumstance to send cases to another Step B team if that's what is necessary. There is no disagreement among the council that yes, those cases should be sent to Step B teams within under the oversight and within the geographic boundaries of those national business agents. But there are circumstances that happen due to backup availability on our side occasionally, a particularly heavy caseload, where we would not want a bargaining position that solely limited it to that. So I think something could potentially be done with a resolution that would maintain the spirit of the resolution with which the council agrees, that we could get to the point of changing the council's recommendation.
Okay, so I have a question.
Sure.
In that third paragraph, when it says, when activating backup Step B members and teams, if it was added in, if at all possible, those members, not must, strike must, and put would be selected by and answered directly to the national business agent of that region where the grievance was initiated. So that would take away the mandate to keep it in the region. It would just say that we're trying to prioritize keeping it in the region.
Yes, sister, I believe if so amended, the change that you laid out for the first resolve, removing the second resolve, that changed the third resolve, the Executive Council would change its recommendation to one of approval.
Great. So I will make the motion for the body to accept the amendments.
Perfect. Is there a second? Microphone number 4, underprivileged.
Greg Donaldson, Branch 88, Galesburg, Illinois. I so second.
Okay, is there any objection to the amendment that's been proposed and seconded? Hearing none, the amendment is adopted. Is there any objection to moving to the question on the council's, the amendment's been adopted, therefore the council will change its recommendation to one of approval, which means, pursuant to the motion passed yesterday, the resolution is approved. For the record, National Agreement Resolution 42 as amended is approved. National Agreement Resolution 43 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 44 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 45 was withdrawn. National Agreement Resolution 46 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 47 was previously approved. National Agreement Resolution 48 was previously approved. And we will, for the time being, stop with resolutions at that point. They're not over. We got some more. We got something else. So tomorrow, the trustees will give a report on Rule 26, as we've talked about quite a bit. As you know, earlier we had the collection. So what I'm about to give you is preliminary, and for no other reason than for me to make you aware and thank the delegates. We do not yet have the Venmo totals, but only in cash collected in this room, there was over $32,000 collected. Now, we are in LA. We all know about Hollywood That's a big part of the experience of being here in LA. And out of that over $32,000, we apparently had some fake $100 bills. I'm told this is what's called movie money. And I'm just simply going to say, given the horrific loss and tragic circumstances that some of our members are dealing with, and the purpose of this collection, whoever decided to put fake money in, shame on you. But I hope that that shame, huh? You got to give it, oh yeah, around the stage at the table. But I hope a lesson is learned from that. But as one would expect, our delegates were very generous. We will put it all together, of course, and we will match from the headquarters level. Brother Guzman has handed me $200, and Branch 70 from San Diego is covering for the $200 in counterfeit money. Okay. Yesterday you heard from Brother Don Maston, the president of the National Rural Letter Carriers Association. I know many of you that attended our convention in Boston will recall hearing from my dear brother and friend and yours, the president of the National Postal Mail Handlers Union, Brother Paul Hagrogian, who set the record for F-bombs in a speech at the NALC convention. But I think a good time was had by all. We have, our postal unions over the years have worked together closely on topics where it makes sense for us to work together. We maintain contact. When we stand together, we're stronger. The American Postal Workers Union president, my brother Jonathan Smith, was unable to be with us because they are preparing for their convention themselves, which will happen, I believe it's not next week, but the following week. So Brother Smith was unable to have the time to travel cross country to be with us, which I can of course relate to, but he did provide us a video. So please enjoy this video from our dear friend and brother, APWU President, Brother Jonathan Smith.
What's up, my brother and sister letter carriers? I am so honored to have an opportunity to briefly send you a video congratulating you on your convention. Unfortunately, I cannot be there because we have a convention in the very same spot in a couple of weeks, and there's a lot of preparation that goes into that. But I wanted to leave you a short message of encouragement, and here's my encouragement to you. I see you as my brothers and sisters, that we are in this fight together, and we cannot let the powers to be that want to privatize us and destroy us believe that we are a business when we are a service. We are a thriving service and not a failing business. You deliver to 165 million addresses every day. And instead of being commended for that, they want to make excuses on you get paid too much, your benefits is too great. You know who has the greatest benefit package in this country? They're sitting up on Capitol Hill. They're sitting up in LaFont Plaza, where they are taking thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars to do very little. When you work out in the rain, the snow, the sleet, you sacrifice every day to make sure that you serve the American people. What greater honor could that be? And it needs a lot more respect. And they need to understand that you are not just a hero when calamity strikes. See, when Katrina hit, they wanted to call us a hero. When anthrax hit, they wanted to call us a hero. And you were definitely a hero during COVID. We cannot let you forget that. When COVID came around and everybody was locked in the house, it was the carriers every day that showed up and showed out. Rain, snow, sleet, gloom a day, you delivered America's mail. So I want to congratulate you and tell you, have a great convention. We know it's going to be a lot of debate. We know it's going to be a lot of disagreement. But we know when you leave there, there's going to be a lot of solidarity, because the real enemy is not each other. It is always management. And I will be out on the front line with you as your brother and sister union, whichever way you want to call it. You know, sometimes the women get offended. I don't want to get in trouble. But anyway, you know, I will be out there with you, because I hear people talking about changing it from 6-day delivery to 5-day delivery. I will never support that. I will support my brothers and sisters being out there every day, 6 days a week, serving the American people. Why? Because that is what it's supposed to look like. That is what we do. That is the level of our commitment. I will see you on the battle line, because when they come for you, they come for us. And we will fight this battle to the very end. We will fight like hell. Hands off the U.S. mail. We will fight like hell. Hands off the U.S. mail. Have a great convention.
Well, really, the kids used to call me the mean mail lady. The mean mail lady, because they thought I was mean, but I always looked out for them. That's one thing, when it comes to kids, I always concerned about kids. I got that discipline in me from being in the military. That discipline never goes away. Once you've been in the military, and I was in the Army, and once you got that discipline and that structure, it never goes away, never. My name is Ethel Ford, NALC Branch 283. I'm a veteran, military veteran from the Army. I love NALC, will always love NALC, and will always be a part of NALC.
I noticed all the blinds were all messed up sideways. One fell off. I'm like, oh no, my customer had a burglar or something. So I go up a little closer to the window. I'm kind of starting to glance in. A squirrel jumps against the window. So I almost dropped the mail, not quite, but it was close. And then I go a little closer and I look inside, and this squirrel had destroyed this guy's house. My name is Abe Red Cloud. I'm very proud to be a member of the NALC for 28 years.
I got married in 1975. I had a goatee and I had long hair. Take a look at it now.
What's the proper way to wear your hat if you are in the military?
Straight out front, cover him, you know, that's my forehead. None of this sideways, backwards. You're in uniform, wear the uniform properly.
Do you have a nickname? What do they call you?
Mr. Warmth, my officers call me. I'm unsympathetic to people, and I say what I have to say. I don't hold back. I don't do it in a derogatory or offensive way, but I tell it like it is. We came out of the military, and we were used to taking orders, and we'd always say, yes, sir, no, sir, we'll do the best job possibly in the military. And I carried that on to the postal career. And I try to tell that to the new employees. My name is Andrew Weiner. I'm a veteran. I served from 1971 to 1973. Definitely a proud member of the NALC. And in retirement, I'll still be an NALC member.
My wife and I, we're big foodies, so I'm always interested in trying all types of unique cuisine. Like the other day, we tried Nepali food from Nepalese. That was delicious. We're making an Indian dish tonight for dinner. I try to find all sorts of recipes online, and so does she. I like food, and I like trying all types of new things, but at the end of the day, I'm very constricted with what I can bring to work, what will survive in a 100-degree mail truck for 3-4 hours before I eat into it. My little fan just goes as fast as it can, but at the end of the day, I'm roasting in what we call the easy bake oven. Those are my interests, delivering mail and eating good food. My name is Joe DeRogers, and I am a proud member of the NALC.
To be a good letter carrier, you have to be smart, you have to have empathy, you have to be professional, and to me, you have to be precise. I'm slightly anal retentive, some people say, but I believe that doing the right thing every single time. I tell people all the time, do your job like you're being watched every single day, and you won't have a problem. Well, the majority of my route is 55 and over. So to some people on my route, I'm the only person that they see, I'm the only one that they talk to, so they look forward to me getting there. And we have relationships. It's more than just a job. It's a relationship that you have with your people on your routes. They know you, you know them, you know all their business because it's all in their mail. So it's just like, it's more than just a job.
I had a customer who every day he would say, man, when are you gonna bring me a check? I wanna have a check, I'm looking for a check. I says, okay, no problem. I said, I'll keep my eyes open. So one day, I'm going to his house and he asked me the normal, question, where's my check? You got a check for me? I said, you know what, today's your lucky day. I have a whole bunch of checks for you. He said, you really? His eyes lit up, he's excited, he's ready to go. He says, you got a check for me? I said, I got lots of checks for you, not just one, I got multiple checks for you. He said, oh my gosh, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. I've been waiting for all this time, you finally got some money from me. I said, sure. I said, are you ready though? He says, I'm ready. I said, you sure? He says, I'm ready. He said, come on, man, bring on them checks. I said, okay. Reach in my bag, and it was a box of checks that he ordered from M&T Bank. I said, here you go, here's your checks. My name is Timothy Daly, and I am absolutely proud to be an NALC member.
I have a note that says, open the doors. Have you enjoyed the delegate profiles? Good. So, a couple of reminders. It is 4:16 p.m. The AFL-CIO delegate election begins at 4:30, so we are going to adjourn here in just a minute. Microphone 6 is risen under privilege. Microphone 6 under privilege.
Dylan Maxey, 3688, Willoughby, Ohio. I wanted to make one last motion to vote on Resolution 50 and 51 in block in the interest of time and their similar language.
Thank you, brother. The brothers made a motion that Resolution 50 and 51 be voted on in block. Is there a second? Microphone number 4 under privilege.
Stephen Holloway, Branch 507, Madison, Wisconsin. Our plan was to do that tomorrow, but at this time I will second.
Thank you, brother. Back in the saddle. So the motion is to vote on the council's recommendations on National Agreement 50 and 51 in block. That will take place very near first thing tomorrow morning, should the body choose to adopt the brothers' motion. Is there any discussion? Is there any objection to proceeding to the question? Hearing none, we will proceed to the question on the motion. The motion is to consider the Executive Council's recommendations on National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51 in block. All those in favor say aye. All those opposed, no. The ayes have it. Tomorrow we will consider National Agreement Resolutions 50 and 51 in block. Okay, seeing no one at the mics, I think we've probably done enough for a day. I assume you would all agree. Hang on. Microphone number 4 under information.
Yeah, Al Floyd, branch 351, Olympia, Washington. For those branches that are voting individually, what's the process?
I will get Brother Weiner, who is back in the voting area, to answer your question. Brother Floyd, I would encourage you either right now or when we adjourn here in just a minute to go back to the voting area, ask for the election commissioner, Andy Weiner, and he'd be happy to explain that to you.
All right, got you. Thank you.
Thank you, Al. Microphone number 3 under information.
Good evening, Brian. I got a question. This is Kennard Johnson, branch 132, Dallas. Will it be out of order or is it wrong since we passed the hat today? Can we do it again in the morning for those delegates that wasn't here? Is that out of order?
Let me take a quick look at the rule, brother.
Okay.
I don't think it'd be out of order. I know a lot of you are exiting the hall. I would ask you to please do so quietly while the convention is still in session. Thank you, delegates. Brother, it would not be out of order. That would be a proper motion. However, given the time constraints that we have, I would ask that any of the delegates that wish to contribute that did not have the opportunity to, tomorrow they may come up to the desk at the side of the stage and pass that money on to Brother Weiner, the chair of the election, of the chair of the Board of Tellers. Sister Ryan would work with him to incorporate that into the total that we would match, if that's acceptable, brother.
Okay, so do I need to make that motion in the morning time or is just something that, because they're not going to know, so do I need to make that motion in the morning?
No motion would be necessary for them to voluntarily come up and make a contribution. I would be happy, we'd be happy to incorporate an announcement in that regard tomorrow morning.
All right, thank you, Brian.
Thank you, brother. Okay, seeing no one else at the mic, it is 4:21 p.m. We will adjourn for today momentarily. Just a couple of reminders. Tomorrow morning, we will begin the general session at 8 a.m. We are scheduled to go from 8 a.m. to noon. We made really good progress today on National Agreement resolutions. However, we have almost 30 more National Agreement resolutions. We then have general resolutions. We then have the resolutions that were not printed in the book because they arrived or were submitted after the deadline. Those resolutions, we place language on the screen and read the entire resolution. So they take a little bit longer. So we will have a lot of work to do that I think we can get done by noon. So I would ask that everyone, when we assemble at 8 a.m., keep that in mind. Thank you all for your hard work today. Hanging in there in a long day. We accomplished a lot. We'll finish it up tomorrow. The convention is adjourned until 8 a.m.